Well, start now. Hi from Rome from my side. This is both like a vacation as well as the work trip for me. So yeah, I see already some people introducing themselves in the chat, which is amazing. As well as I'm gonna repeat what Yana said. This will be recorded and then published, and you have more information in the chat box regarding where you will be able to watch the recording of this video. But the first words, first of all, welcome from my side. I'm doing a Triponovic. I'm a chair of the Children, Youth and Agriculture program, which we are launching today. And yes, I would like to give the words to Mr. Joachim Devine, who's the founder of the organization. If he, Devine, are you here? Could you please elaborate a bit more what Global Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network does?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for giving me the floor. I want to thank all the participants. My name is Joachim Devine, and we are so delighted to have you here. In the context in which you find, this is a context, and it's the building back better to achieve the Agenda 2021. So I'm delighted to see all of you here, and especially my special thanks goes to Chido, the
Please, Mr. Devine, we don't hear you. We ask you please to close your camera in order for sound to be a bit better. Thank you. Mr. Devine, we don't hear you well. So what Yana suggested, and we believe the best option would be to close the camera in order for the sound to be a bit better.
Yep.
Until Devine joins us again, and we will be able to hear him, I would suggest.
I'm here. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. I'm back. Yes. Can you hear me?
No,
can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can right now.
Perfect. So I'm starting back because what I said in the beginning is very important. We are in the context of post-COVID. We are in the context of the International Youth Day celebration, which was August 12th, endorsed by all UN General Assembly and equally member states. So we decided we're in a context where we are following up the UN Food Systems Summit national pathways. We're in the context whereby we are less than 10 years to achieve the SDGs. What have we been able to do? We decided to say, okay, why don't we come as young people? Why don't you come as policymakers? Why don't you come as regional commission organizations to get this happen? So really, I want to thank you, first of all, Chido, for accepting our invitation. We sent you the invitation for 8 hours to this meeting, but we were able to come up. We're so grateful. Thank you very much, Chido. Thank you very much. You proved your top leadership. And really, at CSAYN, we are really not an organization. We are a network. We are a network of networks, meaning that we have close to 50,000 members on this planet. We have close to 20 universities we are working with. I'm so delighted to have you on board. Yeah, the commissioner actually appointed Leah, who is the senior policy officer at the African Union to be our focal point. That's to show how the African Union is committed to making sure that the Agenda 2063, the world the Africa wants, should be achieved before the 2063. And as one of the UN's food system champions, I was actually the highest mobilizers of member states, number of dialogues. I mean, the Office of the Secretary General recognized that. I said, how do I make sure that we follow up as young people to these national pathways that came out of the UN Food System Summit? Look at what is happening in Ukraine. All of that is because of, I mean, there's no consensus in discussions. So we are bringing young people here today to making sure that they are leaders of today. They have the energy. They are going to transform the broken food system. They are going to build back. You know, they're going to bring back this COVID issue that came and distorted the whole world. But I want to say that they have the energy. Now, I remember some time back, Adesina said, if you want to have power, you should give power. Meaning that the African Union, the African member states decided to give power, and they gave power to you, Chido. Yes, at the UN, it's still a lady. So it's to say that SDG 5 has been achieved already. So we don't need to focus on SDG 5, because all women today are actually the leaders that have actually proved themselves to be top leaders. You want to see the SG, the SG, Amina Mohammed, she's equally very tough, you know. So I want to say SG 5 is no more part of the SG. You have to skip that and go to the next. We have achieved that. That's number one. SDG 17 has been achieved, because look at here. Today we are having everybody, all walks of life here. So it means SDG 5, SDG 17 means what? Global partnership for all, you know? So I'm so happy that we are here. And please, young people, feel free to ask your questions in the chat box. Feel free to connect. You know, you are here to connect, to share experiences, and to making sure that we achieve our vision. Don't let your position you find yourself or the condition you find yourself to be a limitation. You are the only one that can limit yourself. So what I'm encouraging you guys today is to take the ball by the horns and keep moving, you know? And I'm so grateful. Thank you very much to the African Union. I give for special thanks to the Executive of our Secretary General as well, the European Commission, that equally here. Thank you very much for the European partners and young people themselves who decided not to go to their various activities, but to come and actually represent and speak for themselves. Feel free, we are here for you guys. Thank you very much. Dunja, over.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Devine is one of the original founders of Sustainable Development Goals, which is something I don't think you, Mr. Devine, mentioned in this speech, but this is very important. So now we are reflecting back on what we managed to do on COP26, and now sharing our vision for COP27, how we can move closer, especially to achieving the goal 13, which is climate action. And with that being said, this wouldn't be possible without the support of Food and Agriculture Organization. And Jana is joining us from there. Jana, if you could share with our participants a bit about yourself and your current position today, why you're joining us, and how are you helping this event? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to welcome everyone here. I apologize that I won't have my video on due to the connection, just to make sure that everything is crystal clear. My name is Jana Stankova. I'm the communication officer for the Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture, which is hosted by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. I'm more than happy to support this event, and I will be the backbone of anything that goes on here. So please feel free to introduce yourselves in the chat box. I would just like to give you a quick information about GACSA. We are multi-stakeholder platform with an extensive membership base ranging from governmental organizations to NGOs, pharma organizations, private sector organizations, research bodies, civil society, and many others. One of our main goals is to focus on youth itself and to bring young voices and to ensure that all the young community that is engaged in the farmer and agriculture aspects are being heard, and the voices of them are really being put out there. I will be sharing some information about the Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture in the chat box, as well with my email address. So please feel free to email me for any information that you would like to receive from us. And you're more than welcome to follow us, of course, on social media. I wish everyone a very fruitful event. We have amazing speakers who will be joining us. I can already see a lot of FAO colleagues that are here amongst the participants. Divine and Dunja, I congratulate you for organizing this event, and I am more than happy to support this on GAX's behalf. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you, Anna. So I invite all of you, as Diana said, to follow their work both on social media, and then later after we finish the meeting, explore what they're doing, because they're engaging young people in their work very much. So as Diana also mentioned, we have also other colleagues from Food and Agriculture Organization who are joining the event. Next on the speakers list is Mr. Yasmi Yuri, who's a Deputy Regional Representative for Africa for Food and Agriculture Organization. And I see he's already on the meeting. So over to you, Mr. Yuri.
Thank you very much, Dunya. Greetings to all of you colleagues from FAO Regional Office for Africa in Accra. Mr. Devine, Founder and Managing Directors of Global Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network. Thank you so much for inviting me to this event. I noticed that there are many colleagues from different parts of Africa and perhaps beyond who are in these meetings. So it is really a great pleasure for me to recognize all of you. I see Madam Chido from AU Youth Envoy. I also see Miss Margarita Astralaga. And I also understand that there will be speakers from WWF Adria, Ms. Mina Mirich, and many others. So my apology if I cannot recognize all of you, but it is really a great pleasure for FAO and for me personally to be here this morning. What makes me really happy is that I feel privileged to be among young people in this event. As we all know, climate change is our common challenge, and our world is facing a climate crisis. In reality, we are facing multi-dimensional challenges, including the pandemics. It is not over yet, as we all know. Hunger, conflict, and war. Hunger in sub-Saharan Africa is worsening. Not good news indeed. 282 million people on the continent, or over 1/5 of the population, are facing hunger, an increase of 46 million people. The recent spike is due to a combination of factors, including conflicts, COVID-19, and climate crisis. Science points to even greater risk of climate change if we do not take bold action now. Our action must be comprehensive, cross-sectoral, and cross-generational. This is why I'm so excited to see participants from diverse countries and backgrounds, including you, the youth, the young people. Climate variability is key driver of change in African agri-food systems, and it poses a serious threat to achieving food security, nutrition, improved livelihoods, and prosperous national economies. Agriculture, forestry, and fisheries are contributing to greenhouse gas emission. Agriculture itself accounts for 13.5% of global greenhouse gas emission, while land use change and forestry account for 17.4%. At the same time, agriculture, forestry, and fishery have a very high potential to limit climate change and its impact if we can transform them to a more sustainable practices. This is why at FAO we have developed a 10-year strategy on climate change, emphasizing the relevance of efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems as part of the solutions to climate change. Our strategy aims to address a broad range of interlinked challenges, including the loss of biodiversity, desertification, environmental degradation, the need for accessible renewable energies, and food and water security. Ultimately, we are building climate resilient and low emission agri-food systems while striving to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. As Mr. Devine said, it is less than 10 years now for us to achieve these SDG goals. Climate smart agriculture is at the heart of the solutions we are building and is a key driver of our progress. Our approach to climate smart agriculture includes actions both on farm and beyond the farm, and incorporates technologies, policy, institution, and investment. In the United Republic of Tanzania, for example, our mitigation of climate change in agriculture program has integrated soil and water conservation and zero tillage practices into smallholder farm management. This intervention involved nearly 5,000 households and 17,000 hectares of land. In Kenya, the same project has reduced the overall greenhouse gas contribution of livestock production systems by improving animal breeds and their productivity. We have also delivered a wide range of technical support, including evidence-based knowledge and tools to Benin, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Malawi, Mali, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe, to name a few. But there is more work to be done, and it relies on the involvement and leadership of Africa's youth, as youth comprise over 60% of Africa's population. The continent is the youngest in the world. While other continents' population are slowly aging, Africa's youthfulness will continue to grow for the next 50 years. This demographic dividend presents a major opportunity, as youth have an immense role to play in raising awareness, fostering innovation, and advocating for and driving change. The ideas, talent, skills, energy of young people equip them to be the agents of change that Africa needs for a brighter future. To increase young people's capacity to contribute to the transformation of agri-food system in Africa, 3 steps are needed. First, we must create space for youth to participate in the design and implementation of public policies. And this forum that you have now is one of the spaces that we are talking about. We must provide training and capacity building to expand young people's ability to create climate solutions. And we must provide financing to facilitate the development of youth-led innovation. In this regard, earlier this year, FAO and African Union Commission launched the investment guidelines for youth and agri-food systems in Africa. I would invite all of you to look at these, which is publicly available through our website. Africa has enormous potential for change, abundant natural resources, a huge pool of entrepreneurial young people, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and many more. I encourage the members of the Global Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network to continue the good work you are doing to drive change in your respective countries or location. The leadership of youth will be key to the success of our effort in climate change and agri-food systems transformation. So raise your voice, be proactive, and offer innovative solutions. I'm optimistic that this youth circle will give us the opportunity to discuss our reflections, agree on advocacy and accountability mechanisms, and align on how best to ensure that your voice, youth voice, are heard loud and clear at COP27 in Egypt. Let me close by reiterating my firm belief that youth are the future of agriculture, the future of food, our future without hunger, and our climate secure future. With that, I wish all of you a fruitful discussion, and I look forward to the outcome of your deliberation. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dunya.
Thank you, Mr. Yude. This was very important points you brought up with the current challenges ranging from the war to the global pandemic we're now facing, and also the messages you transfer to us youth
in regards to our engagement at COP27. That was very important. And I would also, if possible, ask you to share the mentioned guidelines in the chat box so our participants are able to look at it. And as you said, youth are the future when it comes to climate negotiations and in general. So we have also an amazing youth leader, which is African Union Youth Envoy with us, Chido Cleopatra Mempa. So I call upon her to join us and say welcome words to our participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Such a pleasure to be here, and good afternoon, good morning, depending on which part of the world you're at. And if you may allow me to speak on already observed protocol, as well as recognizing Yasmi Yurdi, pardon my pronunciation, the Deputy Regional Representative for Africa for Food Agriculture Organization, Gerda Ferberg, the UN Assistant Secretary General, Coordinator of Sun Movement, Margarita Astrolaga, the Director of Environment, Climate, Gender and Social Inclusion Division at the International Fund for Agriculture and Development, and all protocols remain observed, acknowledging my fellow youth leaders and all young people that have joined with us today. On behalf of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, and on my own behalf, I'm extremely delighted to be able to join today for the Youth Circle flagship event on empowering young sustainability leaders in the context of COP27 preparations. And what a time to be alive, where young people are really at the forefront and we're taking the lead in terms of driving and shaping policy, dialogue, and action. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Africa has the highest concentration of youth in the world, and it is estimated that around 480 million young people are living on the continent today. And there have never been as many young Africans as there are now, and none of our development aspirations as a continent can be achieved without a meaningful engagement of this continent's greatest asset. If supported by appropriate policies, programs, and targeted investments, this dynamic continental force has tremendous potential to lead the economic and social transformation of our continent. Youth are at the core of the African Union's development agenda. When we look at Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063, it aspires to achieve the prosperity of the continent based on inclusive and sustainable growth driven by the potential of its people, especially its women and youth, as well as caring for its children. When we look at the Malabo Declaration on accelerated agricultural growth and transformation for shared prosperity and improved livelihoods, endorsed at the African Union Summit in 2014 under Commitment 4, which identifies specific youth-related targets, such as creating job opportunities for at least 30% of youth in the agriculture value chains, support and facilitate preferential entry and participation for women and youth in gainful and attractive agribusiness opportunities. Equally, Commitment 6 of the Malabo Declaration aspires to enhance the resilience of livelihoods and production systems to climate variability and other related risks. This commitment calls for mainstreaming resilience and risk management in our policies, our strategies, and investment plans, including youth and children-related policies. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow youth leaders, the African Union Commission, through the Department of the Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment, developed youth in agriculture-related frameworks, which include the investment guidelines for youth in agri-food system in Africa that was developed to contribute towards accelerating investments for and by youth, taking into consideration the diversity of our constraints, our needs and aspirations as young people. The guidelines provide practical guidance, examples, and detailed how-to steps in developing youth-focused and youth-sensitive investment programs, as well as intervention. When you look at the African Agri-Business Youth Strategy, this focuses on ensuring youth have the knowledge and the skills to participate in policy development and decision-making in the agribusiness sector, as well as to build and grow their individual agribusiness. It also aims to inform the implementation of agriculture youth strategies at country and regional levels and identify strategic actions to be implemented at the level of the African Union up to 2025, beyond, to create an enabling environment for our youth to engage in agribusiness. And further to this, as we now gear up for COP27 that will take place in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, it is critical to recognize the important role that youth play in building a resilient, sustainable, and prosperous agriculture sector in Africa. Young people on the continent are increasingly becoming aware of the challenges and opportunities that we are posed by climate change, and many are joining the global dialogue on solutions, getting involved in taking action. As us, the young people, work across the globe to determine our future by acting on climate change, our actions should inspire everyone. Work by and for young people is a critical component of raising political ambition to reach a new universal agreement on climate change, which I promise to champion, and I believe that we can do this together. I therefore wish to pledge my support, my full support, and that youth in the launch of the Children and Youth in Agriculture, CYA Flagship program. And I would like to congratulate each and every person that has been involved in the process that has brought us here today and launching this Flagship program. I thank you all for your kind attention, and I sincerely wish us all the best as we progress to achieve the Africa that we want. Thank you, my fellow youth leaders.
Thank you for a wonderful address. I think we were all inspired to take action in our own communities. And I also invite you to please share a link where both our participants and me as well can get a bit more familiar with your work, because I think it's very important what you do in giving the voice to young people in African region. And we have next on the speakers list, speaker Ferberg. She's a UN Assistant Secretary General, Coordinator of Sun Movement, and unfortunately she wasn't able to join us live, so she sent a video message as her contribution to the event, and Jana will play it shortly. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Jenna Ferberg, and I'm the coordinator of the Scaling Up Nutrition movement, a movement that is active in 65 countries. I'm a farmer's daughter and a minister of agriculture. And for that reason, I'm extremely proud to join you in your agricultural youth circle. A few months ago, I met with some of your young farmer colleagues, and they were telling me the story of their communities and their farms, where big companies had taken over or made their life impossible, not only big companies, but also sometimes politicians, etc. And they decided to take their future in their own hands. So they were coming together and thinking about what will be our alternative. How can we use innovative approaches to build our own future and the future not only for our generation, but also for next generations. And I have praised them, and I think this is the leadership the world is looking for. And for that reason, I would like to make 5 points. The first point is look for the opportunities. Look at the opportunities, because every problem and every challenge comes with an opportunity for farmers, for your family, for your community. Day-to-day challenges that young people are facing right now can and should be turned into an opportunity. And that is not happening at COP26, and it will not happen in COP27. It is you that have the opportunity to design your own future. My second point is, where are the opportunities right now? And we all know that on top of the COVID crisis that has impacted already many of your communities and countries, we can see the impact of the Russia-Ukraine conflict that is impacting food availability, food prices, fuel prices, fertilizer prices, and what have you. This is an alarm bell. It should be an alarm bell not only for you as farmers and young people, but it should also be an alarm bell for your government. This is the signal that countries, governments cannot continue like this, being too dependent of imports and neglecting so many products and crops that are familiar, that are already in your country, available for years, decades, and centuries. So rethink your agricultural and food system is the big opportunity in this. Don't wait. Don't take only crisis measures. Don't think only in solving the crisis, but think in the opportunity. And what is the opportunity? The opportunity is reforming your food system. And of course, climate change and climate resilient food production is important, but there is more. The food systems of tomorrow need to serve the planet, okay. They also need to serve people when it comes to nourishment, to have diverse, healthy, affordable and available foodstuffs for their day-to-day cooking and their day-to-day meals. And it has to provide decent incomes. So what is the action that I hope to see as an outcome of your event? This is look around what is happening in your country. What is the need of your community? What is the need of you young farmers? Bring it to the politicians. Make it part of the political campaign, of the election campaigns, not only of members of parliament, but also when it comes to the president, also when it comes to mayors or regional governors. So make it part of political campaigns that responsible politicians take care of their people. And then build your own agenda. What do you want from these people to support you, young people, to find your way and to support your family? So it's not only climate, it's also food diversity, it's also nourishing people and providing young people with opportunities and a decent income. Fifth point, what in this do I hope to see as an outcome of your event? One is, do not only focus on the global events. Do not only focus on COP or UNGA, because it's not happening there. Where it should happen is in your community, in your region, in your country, and maybe even in your family. The leaders of tomorrow will be found in their communities, leaving no one behind and paying extra attention to the position of girls and women. Thank you.
Thank you. So even though Mrs. Gerda wasn't able to join us in person, the next speaker on the list is Benjamin Davies. He's the ECP Division Director, Food and Agriculture Organization, and he will join us, I think he's already in the meeting, to say a bit about his work. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dunya, Divine, and colleagues, and for the opportunity to join you here today. I actually have a presentation, if you don't mind, to give a little background. Let me share the screen. And I think it follows very nicely with the previous comments that we've had. Can you see that?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Basically, I think focusing on really following what Gerda just said is that let's say the classical model of the way economies have developed have got us where we are today, right? And this is, productivity increases like the Green Revolution and the shift from subsistence farming to commercial, highly diversified production systems, which has led to a lot of deforestation, the massive use of chemical inputs, and contributed to the climate change that we see today, right? It's also broadly this reallocate.
If I can interrupt, I think your screen is frozen.
Oh, it's Is it still frozen?
Yeah.
Let me try this again.
Yeah, now it's fine. If you can enlarge it maybe, please. Thank you very much.
Let me try this. Is that okay?
It's still loading.
No?
Nope, it seems frozen again.
Okay.
Sorry for that, but we would love to see your presentation. So I'm just trying to make everyone to see it, but
Of course. Let me stop sharing. Okay, I've stopped sharing. Let me try this one more time now. If not, I can also, okay. Now you can see it, but it's not a big,
yes,
right?
we can see that.
Maybe I'll just leave it like that.
Yeah, exactly. Just please go ahead. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you.
No, it's my apologies. Let me see if I can make it a little bigger, no? Just like this. No?
I think it's fine like this. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Okay. And so I think the point is that, you know, countries go through these broad processes of structural transformation. We move away from agriculture to industry and services. We have a, you know, expanded domestic and international trade, division of labor, migration from rural to urban, combined with reduction in birth rates and greater participation of women in the workforce, and an increase in wealth and the change in diets. And all of this is very important for the context in which we find ourselves right now. What this looks like in terms of the agri-food system and employment. If you look at the top panel, it's the share of employment in the agri-food system. And at the bottom, the horizontal line is the GDP, gross domestic product per capita, which is, you know, the wealth of countries. And as you can see, as GDP increases, the share of employment in the agri-food system decreases. And the orange dots are sub-Saharan Africa and the blue are the rest of the world. No? Within the agri-food system, employment shifts from agriculture to the non-agricultural parts of the food system, food services, etc. No? In panel B, you can see how the share of employment in agriculture in total agri-food system employment decreases with increasing GDP per capita. And in the next panel C, the share of employment in non-agricultural agri-food system employment increases as countries develop. Now, this model has successfully fed the world, it's improved human welfare, but what has been the cost? And why do we need to rethink this model in order to address climate change? And this follows on, perhaps provides more detail on what Gerda was referring to. One is and I'll go into these in a bit more detail. First is just the nature of climate change and the eroding natural resource base, the stagnating progress in poverty and hunger reduction, the increasing inequality and persisting gender discrimination. It's the rapid increase in obesity and non-communicable diseases. It's the changing nature of work, and it's just the different conditions that countries that are still in the process of developing face today. And then as we rethink this process of more inclusive transformation, some new challenges and opportunities are clearly, first, that the livelihoods of today's poor are still in agriculture, so we really need to focus on agriculture. The focus on youth and the demographic dividend, which the previous speakers have already referred to, and then this focus on the emergence of food systems as a key paradigm for looking at how we view our economic development. So the first point is around the nature of climate change, the eroding natural resource base. I think you all know this, you all probably know more than I do. I think the main point to make here is that climate change in the eroding natural resource base impact developing countries and the poor more, and especially those who depend on agricultural livelihoods. What it means is that as we move forward, this transformation has to fit within hard constraints. This includes the role of agriculture in achieving the 1.5 degree goal. And so those are constraints on expanding agricultural land and the need to reforest marginal areas, the constraint on increases in nitrous oxide emissions, and the constraint on methane emissions. It also means that the climate change adaptation and the context in which climate smart agriculture will take place also faces challenges. The hard constraint on the availability of water and the increasing frequency and intensity of extreme events producers face. Then finally, what was referred to as well in terms of the importance of the loss of agrobiodiversity and the narrow range of species which provide the majority of our global food supply, and the importance of maintaining that biodiversity conservation. The second point is around the stagnating progress in poverty and hunger reduction. And as we see, there's been big progress since 1993 around reducing extreme poverty, but that's stagnating now, and sub-Saharan Africa in particular is being left behind in terms of the numbers of poor, as you can see in the graph. And also the incidence of poverty is increasing in other regions of the world, including Latin America and the Middle East. There's been little progress on reducing hunger since 2010. And as you can see in the graph, there was a big spike with COVID after 2019. So the model, our current model of development, isn't helping us both in terms of poverty reduction as well as reducing hunger. COVID, as we all know, increased inequality, hitting vulnerable groups the hardest. And on the left, you can see low LIC refers to low-income countries who are the hardest hit from in terms of inequality that was generated from COVID. And on the right-hand side, you can see it was women were impacted more than men, youth more than adults, and those with lower levels of education were most impacted by COVID, which further increases inequality. This builds upon existing structural inequalities, which are really important to keep in mind when we look at how we're going to adapt to climate change. And this is in terms of the inequality of wealth, which is linked to inequality in opportunities, and that's about access to political power, policies, and public services. It's the large inequalities between urban and rural areas. And rural people, and particularly the rural poor, have much less access to sanitation, health services, education, the internet, information, etc. And so this is very important to keep in mind. And this inequality is also characterized by social marginalization and exclusion. And the important point here is that this rising inequality is not just an inevitable outcome of global economic forces, but rather it's up to us and politics and national institutions to address. This inequality is strongly linked to gender, and women face a series of constraints which have been exacerbated by COVID-19. And I think it's important to just list them because it really makes it much more difficult to adapt to climate change and participate in climate smart agriculture, for example. First and foremost is the greater time burden. It's the higher likelihood of marriage and childbirth before 18, the exposure to gender-based violence, the different exposure and vulnerability to shocks and stress due to social norms, attitudes, and belief, less likely to own land and other assets, access to financial resources, and access to internet, etc. Another important point is also the rapid increase in obesity and non-communicable diseases. And so as you can see in the graph, there's been great progress in terms of reducing stunting and wasting, but a massive increase in obesity across the world. And this is happening in rich and poor countries alike, and it's due to the increasing wealth, changed diets, and less nutritious food systems. There's a big push for healthy diets, referred to by Gerda. I'm just giving the example of one proposal, which was quite controversial a few years ago, of Eat Lancet, which is a healthy diet for the planet and people. And here really proposing a very large change in diets, reduction in meat and starches, increase in fish, vegetables, fruit, legumes, whole nuts, whole grains, and nuts, and a focus on sustainability and production and health, but also pointing out that this change in diet is quite expensive in terms of access. It provides a lot of opportunities for small-scale producers, but also many constraints. Changing nature of work, which I think everyone is familiar with, probably in person. Kind of in a bigger picture, it's the growth of the services sector instead of manufacturing. It's the digitalization of the economy, the gig economy, automation, which while it opens up many opportunities, it also creates uncertainty and closes many traditional paths of real transformation and employment generation. There's a much larger focus on education and cognitive skills. And all of this puts lower income countries who are still developing at a disadvantage. Finally, future transformations will not necessarily follow the past, right? Those countries that are still transforming and building their economies. The transformation of Western Europe and North America occurred in a period of political hegemony when there were fewer controls over migration. Essentially, they were the ones in control of the economies and the world during that process of transformation. The Latin American and Asian transformations were driven by import substitution, protection, and very strong intervention. And those countries that are transforming now in different parts of the world face, in sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, also parts of Latin America, face huge asymmetries in terms of productivity, increased international competition, especially for big emerging countries, environmental degradation, the constraints of the history of colonial rule and how this has influenced economic development and specialization, the role of the state, and just a very smaller, much reduced policy space from the policies of the 1980s. So finally, I just want to focus on a few of the challenges and opportunities that we have going forward. First, the agri-food system really remains the engine of growth for countries with with a large share of agriculture in GDP and a high share of the poor in the rural sector. The livelihoods of the poorest are still linked to agri-food systems throughout the world. In sub-Saharan Africa, for example, about 60% of employment is in the agri-food system, and you can see that in the graph. That's the column on the right, which is sub-Saharan Africa. This livelihood is very diverse, right? It's in agriculture, it's pastoralists, mixed livestock and crop producers, forest, small-scale fishing operations, etc. So these systems, the farms and the farmers, the producers, all very diverse. And as you can also see, across all regions of the world, the share of total employment, which is in the non-agricultural part of the food system, remains around 5 to 10%, even as the ag food system itself, in terms of employment, decreases. Now, despite this diversity of livelihoods, there's a number of common characteristics which condition our ability, the ability to adapt to climate change. And this is the low levels of agricultural productivity, the high exposure to production, income, and consumption risk, low levels of access to insurance, to ways to manage risk, to information, to assets, the market failure and markets that don't work in many parts of in rural areas, the vulnerability itself to climate change, but also on the positive side, there's diversified income sources, including non-farm activities and the increasing use of markets for household food consumption, including local markets. Now, as was mentioned before, but here I'll just put, you can see some graphs related to it, is the potential of the demographic dividend, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, which you see on the right, that red circle on the right, and you can see the growing number of youth in sub-Saharan Africa, much higher than the other regions. In South Asia, it's also very high, but it's begun to decrease. And in those regions, the demographic dividend that's where the power of the economies in the future lie, right? And that's really where we need to focus in order to for agriculture in rural areas to thrive. In other regions such as East Asia and the Pacific, you can see with that green circle that in fact there's been a radical drop in terms of the youth population. There's actually a labor shortage in rural areas. It's also true, let's say, in North America and Europe. And here it's a different challenge, is how to incentivize youth to return to rural areas and participate in agriculture. I think, as we've heard, the youth are best placed to rejuvenate agri-food systems globally, both in terms of the ability to acquire knowledge and the skills to innovate, uptake new technologies, and to spearhead digital transformation. As you can see in the graph, youth are more connected to the internet, and youth responded with innovation to COVID-19 in terms of adapting new learning and business models. Now, the final point. Food system transformation focuses on sustainability, as referred to by Gerda. It implies major changes in agricultural land use, production systems, and dietary choices. This is the kind of stuff that is discussed at COP27. There's an emphasis on increasing resource use efficiency, reducing agricultural extensification and the use of synthetic inputs, and reducing consumption of meat-based products while increasing nutritionally dense foods, okay? The last slide. All of this has really big implications for livelihoods and the ability to adapt, and for the ability of climate-smart agriculture to be successful, okay? Some of the actions taken to address climate change and achieve environmental and nutritional objectives can be disruptive, and they may not by themselves improve the livelihoods of the rural poor, who won't be able to gain from this disruptions unless there's specific policies to include them in the process. And we need to take into account these complementarities and trade-offs between these objectives within the processes of population growth, increased urbanization, and globalization. And sometimes we fear that the fate of rural people aren't being considered enough within this discourse around food systems transformation and achieving the goals of climate change and healthy diets. And this is important because an unintended consequence could be solving these problems on the backs of the rural poor. And the success of climate action really depends on the central role of small-scale producers who face these market constraints and few incentives. Thank you very much. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Bennett. The presentation was absolutely amazing. I really appreciate that you reflected on the challenges of the smart agriculture implementation and mainly the role of inequality, which plays in the development in the sector. As you mentioned during your presentation, we really need the youth leaders to focus on bringing change to the community, and especially focusing on the youth and agriculture, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa. I think that it would be great if you could share with us this presentation so we can share it also with the participants, so they can actually take a closer look on the bullet points that you mentioned regarding the transformation of agri-food systems, and also the focus on sustainability. I would like to welcome now the next speaker, who is Ms. Ana de Lima. She's founder of the Melly Bees Network, and she will be telling us more about the impact that she is making in the Amazon region. Over to you, Ms. Ana. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. I would like to share my screen. Is it possible? I guess.
Yes,
Yes,
absolutely.
it is possible.
Okay, great. So first of all, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here with all of you and to hear from FAO and people we admire the work. So I'm here to share a bit about our ecosystem. That's the Melly Bees Network, or the Melly Network. We are starting a network that engages different communities across the globe. And right now we are working basically in the Amazon, but also with an international cooperation perspective, also being active in Europe right now. So we are active in both countries, Germany and Brazil. And I'm here to share a little bit about this. Why do I think the ecosystem perspective, the community, the network engagement, the impact network is the most effective way to work with food production and other climate questions across the globe. I will give a very clear example about one member of our network. So Jonas Guajajara lives in the Araribóia indigenous area. He is an active member since the start of our organization. And he's very engaged with regenerative practice that we call because they impact both the community and the environment around them. So as you see, the Araribóia area is very kind of preserved in front of an area that's called the Arc of Deforestation in the Amazon. The Arc of Deforestation is one of the most endangered areas of the Amazon. And the burning and invasions, illegal invasions, are a constant threat. I can share also a little bit about it because I grew up in this area. So I'm living in Germany at the moment, but I grew up in the Amazon area all my life. My parents live there until now, and that's why these. First of all, I could connect easier with these communities, and I kind of am aware about the complexity of this region, and I'm trying to bring that to the international audience as well. Well, thinking about this region, it's important to highlight that it's very clear who are the guardians of the forest. And the indigenous areas are the protected areas around there. And I did highlight a few that are down here. There are a few indigenous areas that are already members of our network. This picture was from another area that I found of someone that I follow, but it's quite impressive to see the reality of who takes care and who is actually the guardian of the forest. And also in another area outside of the network, it's kind of very sad. Maybe you've heard, I think was 2 months ago, like in June, the writer, the journalist, the British journalist was found dead. And that's kind of a reality that, well, he was in an indigenous area that is also very endangered between Brazil and Colombia and Peru, kind of in a region that's very threatened by many illegal activities. The reality is that the indigenous people are sadly faced with this since a few decades. And I highlighted here a cousin of Jonas Guajajara, who died in a few years ago in 2019. And because he was one of the guardians of the forest, and it is the reality we face right now, but also since a very long time ago. So that's kind of an urgent threat, right, for the communities that are there. And it's important to highlight that the Amazon is closing to its tipping point, but that's not only an impact that stays over there. It's good to think that the Amazon is this huge area of primary forest that has a lot of carbon collected. And when this carbon goes up in the air, really raise the emissions, the CO2 emissions that affect globally. We are all very aware of it. I like to highlight the fact that among the 10 cities, the Brazilian cities that emit most CO2, 8 are in the Amazon. And you can imagine cities that have 50,000 people living in, they are releasing more carbon than São Paulo. It's really urgent to take a deeper look in the Amazon area if we think simply about carbon emissions even. And we are not talking yet, so we have the perspective of human rights abuses that's very worrisome, but also the climate is a big point, right? Well, and our perspective is that the communities have already the solutions. I bring back Jonas, and he has many solutions to work with native bees, to collect oil. So he has already the solutions. We just need to connect with them and engage them. I highlight, because I saw it, when I saw like there was one of our last activities that was about, that was about regenerative agriculture. Jonas went to another another community that we engaged. We engaged indigenous, smallholders, and quilombola communities in the Amazon area. So to see them all engaged together is very beautiful. To see indigenous and smallholders to talk because they have a similar goal. It's beautiful. Let me know if you have any questions. Just jump in. I'm happy to reply. And yeah, so that's what MELI does, right? We connect these communities, we empower them to build a cooperation among themselves sometimes with micro grants as well. And with that base, we drive positive impact that is multiplied not only by one community, but as you saw, we were doing the workshop in one community, but Jonas went there from another community and already learned and multiplies this impact, right? At the same time, he also brought out many seeds that are right now actually not so easy to find in the region. So it's very beautiful to see how they support each other. So the base of our work is build relationship, build regenerative practices, as I mentioned in the start. In regenerative practices, we use the word and for practices that impact positively the environment and the community. And we have examples of forest protection, regenerative agriculture, and native stingless bees. So we work with stingless bees. They are the bees that are native to the region. We do also a third a third direction of our work. That is the international engagement. And that's what I'm doing right now with you, right? We basically share and inform the international audience to deliver effective international cooperation. That was our first thought. Now we are saying also that's a very interesting South-South connection that can be developed, and we are building in this direction as well. But right now we have blog posts, social media, newsletter, share of stories during events, building events ourselves as well. So that's a lot happening in this regard, and I invite you to also take a part. And yeah, so we do effectively protect the Amazon. We are right now a German ecosystem. We're a German organization, nonprofit, and we are the communities themselves, after the first and a half year working together, they decided to build their own association in Brazil, completely independent, but of course, being supported by us. We already got a few prizes, and we developed some projects together with L'Occitane, Lush. We got the World Economic Forum Climate Justice Challenge, and a few other activities. And it's quite important to bring the perspective of climate justice, right? Because that's exactly what we do. We build a network to bring climate justice to the region. And when we think about ecosystem of innovation, we really need to also think that the communities are indeed completely able to do more innovation, to innovate more and more in their areas. And I can mention that through the seeds collection, they have superfood, they have seeds that they use traditionally. Of course, there's the native beekeeping that they already developed, and we want to support even more. There are products that are used by the cosmetic and pharmaceutical industries. And there are also technical activities like what Jonas is doing right on the left side. It's about mapping the forest of his community to protect it. As you see, that's quite an endangered area. We have a team based in Brazil and in Europe. We have 2 boards of advisors, one international and one community board. So we have contact with the academy perspective, but also with indigenous, campesino, so with smallholders and quilombola communities. And we invite you to join, I would be simply open for questions if you have any. And yeah, let myself, I can share the website. I share again the website link and our LinkedIn, so we can keep connected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. I think it will be great if you would be able to share the link with the participants. Actually, me and Anna met during as a members of Changemakers Exchange community, which is a very interesting community, and I invite you to also look their website and learn more what they're doing. And now I will give the word to Mr. Devine, who introduced the next speaker. He has worked with the following speaker for a long time, and Mr. Frick, who will join the meeting shortly and also address the World Food Program, which he's the director for, has been long supporter of global climate smart agriculture youth networks. So over to you, Mr. Devine.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Dunja, for giving me the floor. I have the honor, in fact, to introduce my Deputy Special Envoy to the Food Systems Summit. That is Martin Frick, who is now the Global Director for WFP across Europe. He's my very good friend, and he's been a mentor to me. When I met Martin in Bonn in 2007, he told me, young man, yeah, my son, continue doing what you're doing. And today, we are able to sit together. So permit me to welcome Martin Frick, who is now sitting as the Global Director for WFP for the entire Europe. Martin, you have the floor. Just give 1 second. I think it's coming on. Yeah, but let me give a context why Martin is here. We realized that for the Food Systems Summit, there are the national pathways that we had, and this has to be implemented by the governments. And I felt very well as one of the food system champions within the process for the 18-month process, that it was important for young people to be at the center, not only be at the center to discuss or attend events, but equally to implement these national pathways. And we have right now so delighted to inform you that we have a number of activities that are carrying on, that are happening around the world. And we're really happy that you guys are here. Thank you very much. I think he's joining now. I've informed him he's joining. Martin, you have the floor.
We'll give Martin a couple of more minutes to get ready for his address. And Martin, when you're ready to give your address, please unmute yourself. We're happy to welcome you in the event.
Why don't we perhaps move to the next speaker, maybe the video of one of the next speakers while he's coming on to save time?
Yes, we can do that if Mina, Stasha, and Maria from World WWF Adria are able to join. Mina is coming from WWF Adria, and Maria and Stasha are actually the founders of initiatives who are supported by this organization. So Maria, Mina,
okay, Martin is there. Martin is there.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Martin. We give the floor to you.
Apologies, eh? I don't know. Yeah, continue, my dear. Continue, Dunja.
I think Martin is now with us.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so I will give the word back to you, Mr. Devine, to introduce the Martin, and
okay.
then we give the floor to Martin.
Okay, good. Yeah, my very good friend Martin, as I was saying earlier on, he served as the deputy special envoy to the Food Systems Summit process, which actually lasted for 18 months. And one of the deliverables were the national pathways that we were able to develop. And this food system, looking at it in the context of climate change, we thought it very, very wise that we can't talk about food system, transform food systems without the young people being at the center. And that's why I thought Martin would come and give us a synopsis of what happened and where we are right now, and how WFP, where he sits now as the Global Director for Europe, is working towards ensuring that even the crisis in Ukraine is actually being addressed. Martin, my friend, you have the floor.
Divine, my good friend. Sorry for the fuss. I was under the impression that I was starting to speak at 11:20. But here I am. So firstly, thank you for the invitation. And as Divine said, I had the honor and privilege to work with Dr. Kalibata over 2 years preparing the Food System Summit, which basically had two parts. One, as Divine said, the development of national food systems pathways, And on the other side, on the global level, we had expert discussions about 5 core topics why food system transformation is necessary. Our assumption has been all along that we cannot go on with our food systems as they were today. To some people, that sounded abstract, but it's not abstract anymore. Let me give you 3 shocking numbers. In 2019, we had 150 million people who were acutely hungry, not food insecure. Food insecure is even more than 800 million people, but acutely hungry, 150 million people. Now, by Christmas last year, December 2021, this number was up to 279 million people. What happened? It's basically the impact of climate change becoming worse and worse all the time. You know, I'm talking to you right now from Germany in an area that's famously wet and rainy. We have the worst drought ever recorded in the history here, unprecedented. People everywhere in the world feel the impacts of climate change, the droughts, the floods, the soils that are baked solid and can't even absorb the water, storms, flooding, all of these things happened at an unprecedented scale, and it's accelerating. Then there was the COVID pandemic, and in the COVID pandemic, we did not only lose millions of people, but we also had a situation by which particularly the poorest countries of this planet were coming to the limit of what they could stomach in terms of economic development. The current inflation, the spike in prices for about everything in basic foods is also a reflection of this extended crisis with COVID. Then, of course, and that is the main driver of hunger these days, still it's conflict. Even before the war in Ukraine started, we had double the number of live wars and conflicts that we had 10 years ago. And that is human-made hunger. There is no reason for that other than people going to war. And so on the 21st of February this year, Russia attacked Ukraine and took the 5th largest exporter of wheat offline overnight. And we are seeing and feeling that all those countries that have been dependent from wheat from Ukraine are suffering. That is mainly in the Middle East, North Africa region, but it's also affecting basically all of sub-Saharan Africa. This compounded by a situation in Eastern Africa, where you have the worst drought in 4 decades. Now, let me say one thing very clearly, and that's important. Some people claim that the current status of food insecurity is a function of Western sanctions against Russia. That is not true, because the sanctions against Russia are explicitly not for food. So food can be freely exported. There is no reason for that. But losing Ukraine over months as a food exporter has further increased the number of acutely hungry people. So today we have 345 million people who are acutely food insecure. And this is something which is requiring a strong humanitarian response, and the G7 countries just decided to mobilize $14 billion to fight food insecurity, but it needs a long-term perspective. It needs a long-term change. If I'm looking back at the Malabo Declaration of 2014 from the African Union, this pledge in food security, particularly for Africa, to spend 10% of the GDP in raising food security is absolutely necessary. What we need to see, and this is where you, the young people, come in, we need to see a much bigger food independence, particularly of African countries. We need a diversification of foods. We cannot focus all our efforts only on wheat and on maize, on rice and the very few staple crops we are having. We have a big richness of traditional crops, manioc, millet, you name it, that are much more adapted. The second point I want to make is we need to support smallholder farmers, and we need smallholder farmers to be vocal and to be active. And that is particularly true for young people like yourself. And this is why I'm so grateful for Divine to managing the Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network, because this is exactly what we need. We need thousands and tens of thousands of young people to go into farming, to be proud to be farmers, because you are feeding the world. But more than that, you are not only feeding the world, you are keeping this beautiful planet intact. Look at soils, for example. Everything you do to improve soils is vital. It's like giving oxygen to a patient who desperately needs it. If I look at the status of this planet, I'm getting very scared. And we need people who are building up the nature capital that keeps us alive. You know, there is Elon Musk who is trying to bring people to Mars with all his money. But if you compare Mars and if you compare Earth, you see a livable planet and a piece of rock on the other side. And the difference between a piece of rock and a living piece of land like our planet is soils. So if you are working in improving soils, in building humus, in composting, in doing things like agroforestry, in bringing a system into grazing to prevent overgrazing, but to manage it in a holistic way, if you apply a mixture of traditional knowledge, because our ancestors knew how to manage the land, and combine that with latest science, which the Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network does, then I think you're on the right path. Now, let me conclude with 2 or 3 sentences about the UN climate process. And we will be seeing an African conference of the party coming up in Egypt very soon. This is a noble effort. It's the key negotiation of this planet on climate change. But with all efforts, even with the Paris Agreement, our emissions continue to go up. So very, very clearly, negotiations alone are not helping. And waiting for the negotiations to give this one frame that would instruct all the countries and would turn into laws will not take place in my lifetime. So there is absolutely no alternative to you doing all the right work right now. Nobody is holding back. Don't wait for leaders. You are the leaders that the climate needs and that this planet needs. And with that, Divine, I'm giving back to you, and congratulations to you, congratulations to everyone. You are fighting a very noble fight.
Thank you very much, Martin. Indeed, I'm so delighted. I'm so grateful. You made mention 2 things, that young people should be at the center of all discussions. You mentioned the Malabo Declaration. I have to underscore here that that was early this month. I was in Dakar, where we're trying to review the first decade of Malabo. And one of the things I said, I made it clear and loud that young people, we cannot achieve Malabo without young people, without women, without persons with disabilities, without the indigenous people as well, and equally the climate refugees. So I made it very, very clear that it should come a point whereby we have the young people actually taking the lead at the level of NEPAD, which I've not yet, I'm still pushing very hard to make sure that at the national level for the national implementation plans, as Chido actually said, young people should be at the drivers of this Malabo. No more, there's no more time for us. We cannot compromise anymore. We have been waiting. I think right now is the time for us to take the ball by the horns, and we are ready to take the leadership. And that's why I brought together these young people to speak with you guys, for you guys to share your perspective on what has been happening across the world. And I feel very comfortably to say that we are right now working towards launching what we call a CSYN virtual university, where all these young people We don't need qualification. Your qualification is going to be your commitment, your passion in what you're doing. Okay? No certificate is required. No age is required. So first you're passionate about it, you come up and then we enroll you. We have exchange program we're working towards. So Martin, thank you for being here. I know you're very busy. Thank you very much indeed. Over to you, Jenna and Dunja.
Well, thank you. First of all, I want to say a big thank you for the Mr. Martin who was able to join us. He's also director of World Food Program. And we were delighted to hear about the interconnection between peace building and actually ensuring food security. And that's a very important point that was brought up during the speech. And as we all mentioned, and that is like the conclusion of this event, that young people truly are the drivers of the change. And we need to find ways to support them, to support young leaders who are making the change in their own communities. And through some of the work I was doing in Serbia, I met Nina Miric. She's a youth engagement officer inside World Wildlife Fund Adria, and she's now with us. She will share about the project called Climate Heroes and the initiatives who were supported for that. And then we're going to give the voice to young people who are part of this program, who then develop their initiatives and their own way to combat climate change. So Mina, thank you for joining us. Please introduce yourself briefly, and we would like to hear about your work inside World WWF Adria. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Dunja. It is a real pleasure to be here, and greetings to all the participants from, as far as I understand, across continents who are present here, which is really mind-blowing to see. Very quick from my side, because as a lot of previous speakers mentioned, the floor should be given to youth. And the youth voices should be heard moreover than those of us adults. I will just give a little bit of context towards what you will hear over the next 20 minutes or so. I have that pleasure and that privilege, moreover, to have a very long title within WWF, within World Wide Fund for Nature, which is Youth Empowerment and Mobilization Officer. So just to explain a little bit as to what it means that on behalf of WWF, I'm actually a youth worker, engaging with youth from Serbia and from countries neighboring Serbia, in terms of getting them activated and involved in conservation. So while I know that we are not necessarily talking about agriculture as a topic, I hope that through the two following speakers, the wonderful young ladies with whom I've been collaborating for nearly a year now, you will hear how young people in Serbia are tackling climate change in terms of some topics that are in ways connected to the topic at hand today. So in terms of the project, which I'm coordinating, Climate Heroes, we are partnering up with youth. Within the organization, we see youth as co-creators and really ideal partners in terms of innovative solution, whether it means providing specific solutions to climate mitigation or adaptation, or whether it means in terms of raising awareness among their peers. So that will be all for me for now. And as I said, I would rather give the floor to youth, and hopefully they will inspire you to begin your own initiatives in your own respective countries. Over to you, Maria.
Maria, you are muted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Maria Popovic. Mina will share my presentation because, as you can see, I'm currently outside at my village with poor internet connection. So I'm sorry if you if there is any problems. Okay. Okay. So My initiative is called Podrži. I'm a member of, okay, thank you. My initiative on this project supported by WWF is called Podrži. I'm a member of a youth environmental organization EcoHub from Belgrade, Serbia. What we are doing is educating children and young people, and by doing that, we want to make a basis for a better society and a better future. This is my team that also was participating in this project. Natalia Stankovic, Jovana Jovic, and this is me. I'm a partnership manager on our team. As I said, our initiative is called Podrži, Održi. This is a word game in Serbian, and it means support, sustain. We made a guide to reducing personal ecological footprint. On the following slide, you can see some topics that we covered in our guide. Those topics are eco-anxiety, the science behind climate change, zero-waste lifestyle, circular economy, mobility, energy, composting, nutrition, and a few others. In the following slides, I will share with you some information that we have obtained through the work on our initiative, specifically the impact of the food, meat, and dairy industry on climate change. So, as you all know, the food industry tries to provide huge amounts of food for an increasing population, and as a consequence to that, we have an increase in average temperatures. We can see the melting of glaciers, an increase in sea level, frequent droughts, floods, and fires. Food industry is also cutting down forests because it wants to provide space for livestock pattering. But by doing that, at the same time, it is destroying the natural carbon dioxide absorber and the habitat of many plant and animal species. On the slide before, Mina, please. You can see, thank you. You can see information that was shocking for all of us, and it says that 75% of the world's agricultural land is used for grazing livestock or their rearing. But at the same time, livestock produces only 18% of the world's calories. Cattle or cow farming is directly responsible for the production of methane, which is, as you all know, a major contributor to the formation of ground level ozone. On the next slide, I wanted to compare greenhouse gas emission per kilogram of meat, dairy, and plant-based product. And I put tofu because, as you all know, tofu is now one of the most popular vegan or plant-based alternative to meat and cheese, and it is also a good source of protein. So as you can see, tofu has much smaller impact, much smaller greenhouse gas emission per kilogram than beef and cheese. So what is also a big problem that we came across in food industry is agricultural waste. And it consists of crop residues, machinery, animal manure, pesticides, livestock waste, carcasses of dead animals, skin, blood, entrails. And what is also a problem, it is that agricultural land use also has a devastating effect of natural habitats of some wild animals. Thank you, Mina. The loss of wild animals is most often a consequence of the degradation of their habitats. As I said earlier, the food industry is cutting forests, clearing off grasslands, draining lakes, and all of that in order to create space for arable land. Since 1970, the global population of mammals, reptiles, fish, and birds has declined by 68%. And one of the main reasons for that is, as you can guess, the food industry. Also, out of the 28,000 species threatened with extinction, approximately 24,000 are threatened by livestock farming. On this slide, you can see some endangered species in Amazon rainforest region. I also wanted to mention Amazon rainforest fires. Next, thank you, Mina. They are typically caused by humans as a part of slash and burn agriculture. And this is a method of growing food in which farmers and cattle ranchers cut down and burn forest land to clear it for crops and livestock. And what is important to know is that the trees in Amazon rainforest produce their own rainfall that keeps the forest alive. And if deforestation continues as its current rate, the Amazon may reach a tipping point where it can no longer be maintained as a rainforest. And if that happens, it can affect drinking water in large part of South America, as well as change climate patterns in other parts of the world. And I mentioned before plant-based alternative, tofu, but when considering switching to plant-based milk or eating tofu, there is a concern with soy, as soy cultivation is one of the reasons for deforestation in Amazon region. But when considering that, it is important to keep in mind that 95% of Brazilian soybeans are used for animal feed, which means that very little of the used land in Amazon for soybeans are for direct human use. The main thing that we wanted to do in our guide is to give people some things, some tips, what they can do in order to help. So on the next slide, you can see some of the advices from our guide. So those advices are: introduce as many plant-based meals into your diet as possible, reduce food waste and compost, buy locally produced food, grow your own fruits and vegetables, if you have right conditions, of course. And if we try to do that, we will drastically reduce our negative contribution to climate change. And I said a few times, I mentioned vegan diet or plant-based diet, and the frequently asked question is whether we should all go vegan. And when talking about that, it is important to say that our diet must be sustainable. And when I say sustainable, I mean also sustainable for us. Sustainable health-wise, financially, even when we talk about pleasure. So the best thing we can do is to contribute as much as we can. And we wanted to highlight that it is better if we have millions who strive than a few who are perfect. And we have a message that we wanted to show through our guide and through our work, and that message is to act out of love. Act out of love for yourself, for the planet, for the people, and to involve compassion and understanding in everything you do. And people will understand you and your message more easily. So if we involve love and act out of love, we will create a safe space for people to learn new things, to make mistakes, to change their habits. And by doing that, we will make more inclusive society, and what we want to do to make a basis for a better future. So that is the main message of our initiative, and thank you guys for your attention. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you, Maria. If possible, please share the Instagram link or something about your initiative in the chat, so participants can later on learn more about it and also connect with you on social media. Now we have Stasha joining us. Stasha, could you say a bit about your initiative, how it started, and what exactly are you doing in Serbia?
Thank you, Julia. Yes, just a second to share the screen. I'm having some problem with it. Just If maybe Mina can share the screen for me as well, because Zoom doesn't allow me. I have to change some privacy settings and that may take time. Thank you.
Sasha, if you think that the presentation might not be necessary, or if you would like also to just introduce. Oh, okay, Mina is now sharing the screen. We see it, Mina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Sasha. I come in front of the initiative called Composting, and today I'm gonna talk to whether composting can save the world and how we as individuals can be part of the change. We can take a close look at today's content. We're gonna touch upon our team, composting timeline, our mission and motto, problems that we face, and lastly but not least, our achievements and our future plans. So in the next slide, you can see our team. There are 3 co-founders, Elena, David, and myself. Unfortunately, Elena and David weren't able to join us today, but they're sharing big greetings to all of you. So as Mina previously mentioned, composting, as well as EcoHub that you previously heard, were one of the initiatives that started after Climate Heroes. As we can see in the next slide, it was a great opportunity for us to learn a lot about topics that we're enthusiastic about, but as well to gather with people that share the same avocation as us and also are enthusiastic about similar topics. After the project, David, Elena, and myself, we gather around the topic of food waste. We're very enthusiastic about it, mostly because of the information that we found online. That's in Serbia, 700 tons of food waste goes just into nothing, which means that 100 kilograms per person. We wanted to change that because we were devastated with the given information. And between February and March, we did a lot of research, also hit a couple of walls, went to different directions. And finally, we decided upon that composting was the best solution to the problem that in Serbia, so that composting was born. Basically, what is composting? It is the initiative that goes into 2 different ways. One way is we educate people on how to compost, what is composting, how does it help to fight climate change, how they can contribute to their society, and so on. And in the other way, we encourage people to compost themselves. How we do that? By composting ourselves and sharing that example online. So we wanted to create some kind of vicious circle. So we have person that eats food, they have some waste. And rather than just throwing it out to trash, they can use it into turning it into something new. So they will compost it. After some time, we will have compost. But then we logistically had a problem. What can we do with the given compost if, for example, that person doesn't grow plants or don't have a garden in their backyard? So we decided to have another member of that circle and to invite organic gardens. We will have people donating their made compost to organic gardens that will use it for increasing the quality of soil, reducing methane emissions, and overall reducing carbon footprint. So after there will be growing plants of better quality, people will be using it again. So we'll have that cycle with not as much waste as it was there before. So then we started publishing Instagram posts on our account. And right now we are organizing workshop in Vranje, which will take place tomorrow. And we will having a hand-on approach and teaching people how to make a compost bin by themselves. Now we're gonna take a quick look at our motto and our mission. So basically our mission is to normalize composting and to incorporate home composting into daily routines, as I previously said. And it really corresponds with our motto, which is composting is trendly, be eco-friendly. We want to make it spoken topic among the youth in Serbia, because we came to a realization that it's not very common. A lot of people aren't familiar with it, but also not making it a trend that will be here, be active and go, but also something that will stay and will be incorporated with day-to-day life. We can move on to the problems that we faced during the whole process. We've came across a lot of problems. Let me tell you I realized that if you work more, you have more problems to solve. And it's totally normal that, and I mean, each one of us at some point has these difficulties. And now I'm gonna just talk about two that changed the path of our initiative. First one was donating leftover food. If I'm being honest, at the beginning, we really didn't want to focus on composting. We were just surprised by how much food goes into waste from restaurants, personal households, bakeries, cafes, and we wanted to make some kind of connection between leftover food and people in need, people who just need food desperately. And we crashed a wall, meaning that Serbian law is very strict about donating food, which kind of food can be donating. Maybe it will be, I don't know, poisonous, be bad for the person who will consume it, etc. So we decided not to focus entirely on food waste as a phenomenon, but just on organic food waste and using it into creating something new, meaning composting, giving it organic gardens, and as I previously mentioned. Another problem was the fear of trying something new that we saw mainly among organic gardens that we connected. We talked with 10 to 15 organic gardens, and just one accepted our proposition and made a deal with us. A lot of those were, I don't know if it's, what is that, if it's legal. We got some very odd response, which caught us a bit off guard, if I'm being honest. But then we realized that we first need to introduce composting from the very beginning. And that's when we decided that we need to have educative content before we are actually going to start, let's say, persuading people to try composting as well. Let's move to the final, which is our achievements and future plans. Basically, they correspond to each other. We just want to continue doing what we already done. We created community on Instagram, which we have around 200 followers. Even though it sounds not like a huge number, it feels very nice to know that people are sharing the same value as you do. And we plan on growing that number and having that safe community. Also, collaboration with Biogarden Milosevic. That's one organic garden that accepted our offer, but we plan on growing and increasing and dancing that net. Also, we are organizing our first workshop, as I previously said, but we plan on doing it more often, making it practice tradition, because it's nice when people see you, see the face, and have that like person hands-on approach. It makes it more believable. And also we wrote a guide on how to compose that will be given to the participants in the workshop, but we plan on posting it online for everyone who is interested to see. And also, last but not least, is composting. Each one of us, each member of the team learned how to compost, became, as we like to say, a little composting pro, and we would like to share that knowledge and also continue doing it, because as an individual, each one of us can participate to the change. And before saying my final thank you, I would like to use this opportunity to invite all of you to spend the weekend the approaching weekend very productively. And if you haven't already, starting your own composting project. Thank you.
Thank you, Stasha. Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Mina, for joining us. This is truly wonderful because it shows that even though we might come from different sides of the world, we're truly connected, and the global climate action is, it comes from different countries, and it erases all the borders, both cultural ones and geographical ones. To thank you for joining us. Thank you for showing how we can empower youth, and thank you, Maria and Stasha, for introducing us to your initiatives. As I said already in chat, please share about it. We're all curious to learn more. And with that, big thank you. I'll give the word back to Mr. Devine, who will introduce the next speaker. Mr. Devine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dunja. Thank you for actually, we are so delighted to have all the speakers involved. Yeah, I'm going to introduce. I call Margarita. She's not my mentor. She's my mother, because I met Margarita in 2017, and she actually founded with her office at IFAD. And I have to do a correction. She's on retirement. She's a former executive. She's a former director at IFAD. So she went on retirement in December 2020. And Margarita told me, reason being that we started with you in 2017, Her office funded seven of us to go to COP23 in Bonn. So from different countries through IFAD. Then she said, no, I can't allow this effort. Now that I'm on retirement, I need to support you the more. She said she's going to be my special advisor for Divine. I'm going to be a special advisor. So just to say that CSAYN is not an organization. It's actually a think tank of knowledge and inspiring people. That's why she said, okay, after my tireless job at IFAD, I have to come now and see how I can actually be impactful. So Margareta has been with us since 2021. The summit process, she was with us throughout. So I want to say, Margareta, thank you very much. And she equally sits as the board chair of CSAYN Global. So Margareta, we are so delighted to have you, and we are learning from you. Thank you very much, our mother. Over.
Good morning, and thank you, Divine, for those nice words. Like somebody said, I'm delighted and makes me younger every day to listen to the young people, to hear their hopes and their challenges, and try to contribute with my little bit of drops of water and sand to a better future. So that's why it's a real pleasure to be here today, joining all of you in this important event. Listening to all the previous presentations has been really inspiring, and I have learned a lot, and that's why I love to be part of this great network of people with great ideas and great examples of how to move forward. I was asked by Dunia, and I want to say before I speak that I want to also thank Dunia for this effort and for accepting and moving forward with this new program of the network, because children and youth are extremely important. And as Gerda said, the future leaders. So starting work with the young future leaders of the world is an extremely important activity. So thanks, Dunia, for being the chair of this group and being so active already, organizing and helping share and moderate this meeting. So Dunia asked me to talk about COP27 and the youth role. So as it's been said already, clearly, this is not just about COP27, it's about COP28 and forward, because we have a long way to go. And youth needs to stay at the forefront of all the discussions. This COP27 will be focused on green entrepreneurship and sustainable small-size enterprises that will help combating climate change. And this is a very key area for young people all over the world. So this event has as one of the priorities to promote this youth empowerment and engagement in climate action, so that the youth can really contribute actively to shape the future of the region, to ensure that the conservation of the African continent for future generations will not leave anyone behind. And as we said, it's not just about Africa, but Africa is very vulnerable and is a growing continent. So I suppose that is why somebody like me, Latin American, who has worked all over the world, gives such a priority to Africa, because Africa is the continent of the future. The rest of us stop having children, so we have one or two, but we still have a large population of youth in Africa. So that is why it's so important that we work with our African youth in particular. And as it was said also before, young female and male farmers and small producers are struggling more and more with all the challenges that were mentioned before. And this is why I want to reiterate the importance that policymakers have a clear idea on the needs of the youth on climate change all over the world. Because I think from what Marisa, for example, was stating, of course, the needs in Europe and in Serbia might be totally different to the needs in Cameroon or in Kenya. And this is why it's important that the youth gets well organized to send the messages loud and clear. Just thinking, this is not just about COP27, but also COP28. Maybe one day COPs will be every 2 years, as we have been discussing for the last 10 years, but for the time being, is every year. So the preparations need to start well in advance so that messages can really be built by the younger populations all over the world. And it's not just politicians and diplomats and government officials defining the policies. As Martin said, it's not enough to leave the COP negotiations to the negotiators. We need the young people to raise their voices in these meetings, as is happening for the last few years. But now we need clear messages on what is it exactly that we need to have a better agriculture. How do we have better value chains, more sustainable and climate smart value chains? How, I know Marisa was bringing up the concern about livestock and how unsustainable it is the way it's produced and not produced and consumed in Europe, and the amount of waste. And not only in Europe, there are other countries and continents around the world where this is done very badly. But of course, in Africa, we need to ensure that this area of agriculture is done properly, because malnutrition is rampant in Africa. And how grateful would we all be if we could give at least 1 glass of milk per child per day to every child in Africa for the next 10 years. So we know that crop yields across sub-Saharan Africa may decline between 5 to 22% by 2050 due to climate change. So, and Martin was talking about the prolonged or the serious droughts they are seeing now in Germany. But we know what prolonged droughts could mean in the Horn of Africa. We know that every time we have these, we have millions and millions more people of food insecure. So we need to ensure that measures are taken to prevent, well, we cannot really prevent the droughts, but how to deal with them, how to prepare better. So how to ensure that there is water when is needed for all the small African farmers. And we need to test and try approaches to climate smart agriculture. And I think some of the presentations that we just heard show that young people can have great ideas that need to be scaled up. And investments should be supporting this scaling up of these great projects. We know that in the case of Africa, we need these drought and flood risk management approaches. And we need, a few days ago, we were talking about drought and saline tolerant crop varieties, but also mixing fish with crops. So there are many options in the technology and innovation, crop and income diversification, water resource management, land regeneration. So, but the needs need to be clear. Maybe those needs are very important for Africa, maybe not as important for Serbia or Brazil. So we need to hear from you. And the present realities related to the climate crisis, the pandemic, and the broken food systems highlight the need for a better dialogue between everybody. So it's very short the time we have between now and the climate COP in Egypt. But please get together, get strong messages that can be sent to the ministers of your countries, that can be sent also to the youth envoy in Egypt, through the youth envoy in Africa. All the youth should make sure that the voice is loud and clear in these international processes. But also, as Gerda said, and as the examples we just heard, the local work is also extremely important, and everybody can contribute. Every action counts. So thank you very much, Divine and Dunia, for this invitation. and I'm here to help anyone that needs support and help. But yes, it's a new role, and I'm happy to be the mother, because I think I've seen enough, and I worry a lot about the future of my grandchildren and my children with the way we see our planet today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, our mother Margarita. Thank you very much for your endless support. And we are so delighted to always hear listening from you. We are so grateful. Yeah, so is Jenna there? Jenna?
Yes, I am here.
Perfect. Jenna, my sister from YPAD. I have to tell you that I have a very long history with YPAD back in 2010, when Courtney was the global director. So I initiated YPAD in Cameroon. And later on, I decided to hand over the baton to other young people. So I know YPAD, I know the genesis of YPAD, and I see what YPAD is doing. So I said, no, how can we get this without YPAD? That's why we said, no, we should get the global director for YPAD involved. You have the floor, Gerda.
Thank you so much, Divine, for the invitation and for putting on this workshop to really talk about these important issues and the COP, and especially the COP27, which is only 80 days away. That's pretty crazy. My name is Jenna Tesdall, and I'm the director of the Youth Network Young Professionals for Agricultural Development, as Divine alluded to just a moment ago. And actually, the previous speaker, Margarita, made a very good introduction for my presentation, because I'm going to tell you a little bit about how you can get involved in the youth mechanism of the COP processes, and also some of the ways that YPAD is involved in getting the youth voice there to the COP in general and in the UNFCCC processes. So I'll just take a moment and share my screen, because I have a small presentation prepared for you all, because I know we're not all English speakers as a first language, and sometimes these visuals can really help. So let me just put it in presentation mode, and then we'll get started. Thanks for your patience. All right. So just to tell you a little bit about YPAD, YPAD is an international movement by young agricultural professionals, so anyone under the age of 40, to express their ideas and to realize their full potential. And we do that through capacity building or education and policy advocacy. So of course, today we're talking about policy advocacy, and especially on climate change topics, as they're intimately related to agriculture. As Divine had alluded to, YPAD is in quite a few countries. So we're in 70 countries around the world. So you can definitely get involved with us if you like. We are a sister organization of the many folks who are here today. And we're happy to have folks involved in a cross-cutting way. So just to tell you a little bit about the nitty-gritty of how you get involved in the UNFCCC processes. So you can get involved as an individual, and you can get involved as an organization. An organization gets involved by requesting observer status. So observer status is an official status granted by UNFCCC. And for organizations like YPAD or like CSAYN, that would be a non-party observer status. And these organizations then may observe on the processes that happen at the COP, for example, and all the negotiations that lead up to the COP as well. So just as a note, if your organization already has observer status with ECOSOC, for example, or with a different UN body, this is a separate process, and UNFCCC observer status needs to be requested separately. And so I will include my presentation as some of the materials that I hope you will receive after this webinar. And then you can also see the link, which has a list of admitted international NGOs that you could look for, organizations that may be involved that you could participate in for observer status. When you don't have observer status, you can still participate in the dialogues around the COP. So this is an example of a pre-COP side event that was hosted in collaboration with a lot of your organizations that are represented here today, and really gives youth that platform to make those substantive policy asks. So really what Margarita before me was just saying, those youth voices need to ask for something, right? And we can do that by promoting our voices through events like this, and of course by attending the COP and talking with our policymakers, talking with our national representatives to push forward the policy positions that we would like to see. Of course, we are stronger united. And so you can partner with organizations that have observer status, and you can also participate in the youth mechanism, YUNGO, to the UNFCCC processes. Preceding the COP is always the Conference of Youth, which is hosted by YUNGO. And out of these negotiation processes that happen with YUNGO, there is a youth statement, which is made, a youth declaration. Some negotiation going on at the moment about what the name this year should be going forward to really convey that message of the youth action, but also the youth demands to create that enabling policy environment that youth need to take our actions to the next level. If you are interested in applying for observer status organization or for observer status with the UNFCCC processes, the application cycle runs until August 31st for consideration for the COP28. There's an online admission system, and you need to be registered as a not-for-profit entity in a UN member state to qualify, and you need to have been registered for at least 1 year. But this application process runs every year. So if you won't make the August 31st deadline for your organization, not to fret, you can enter the process next year as well. And I included the link also there when you receive the presentation, or you can just search on the web and you should be able to find that on the UNFCCC website as well. For the sake of time, I'll just skip over this, but this gives you a little bit of an idea of the process when your organization submits an application for observer status in the COP. It must say it's not a quick process. So for example, participation in the COP27 this year would need to happen through already accredited observer organizations. If you're interested in getting your voice involved in the YUNGO processes, one of your options would be to get involved in YPARD's policy process. Or if you're thinking about forming a policy process in your own organization, you could think about our model and think if you can take some lessons learned from it. So we have a policy position forming process, and it takes place through our policy working group. And the policy working group is open to all members of YPARD, and you can sign up easily for YPARD on our website, and it's a free process. And we have two co-chairs that lead the policy working group. Currently is Mr. Ram Noyrupain from Nepal and Mr. Yokatik from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And these two gentlemen guide the processes, but by no means is it only their opinions going into our policy positions. We really get folks together and help discuss different policy issues. So we meet every 1 to 2 months, and we have really lively discussions about different topics. So about agroecology, about climate change, about the Committee on World Food Security, voluntary guidelines for youth, for example, just to name a few. And then these policy positions are reviewed by our policy working group, the YPARD steering committee, which is our board, and also myself, who helps with some of the drafting because I have some of the policy expertise in our team as well. So to give you an example of how then YPARD pushes these policy positions forward is that we send YPARD members to represent YPARD at political fora. So for example, we had Jonas Ataje from Benin represent YPARD positions that were collectively negotiated at the World Forestry Congress. We'll have delegates at the Committee on World Food Security and also at the COP27. And so the goal, of course, of these policy representatives is to help inform key policy positions and to talk with policymakers about why these policy positions that youth are putting forward are so important to us. Here's some more examples of some of the policy positions YPART has put out in this last year. If you're interested, you can always go to our website and find more information about exactly the nitty-gritty of what these policy positions have in store for you, and if you might be interested in getting involved. So with that, I thank you so much for your time. I encourage you in any case to get involved in UNGO if you're really interested in the COP processes. And of course, you're heartily invited to either collaborate with YPART or be a part of YPART, whichever better fits your situation. I thank you so much for the invitation. And of course, I welcome any correspondence or questions from the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Jenna. Thank you for the explicit presentation about YPART and the process of UNFCCC. We are so delighted to get that, and we encourage everybody actually to apply for it. Yeah, thank you very much. I think right now, let me hand over to Dunja and Jenna. Over.
Well, thank you. So as we said, our main idea is to involve youth in the decision-making processes in climate negotiations. And with COP27 approaching in November in Sharm el-Sheikh, we want to put youth, and me as well, I'm the representative of youth, at the spotlight, and to give you a voice to share your opinion. What do you think was something that was discussed during COP26, which is very important? What are the developments during this year? And what do you want to see discussed and achieved during COP27? So what I'm asking from you is to join. We'll have 2 breakout rooms. We'll have a little discussion. This is an opportunity also to meet participants from all over the world. So Jana will share a bit more about that, but we'll have Bojana, and if Kilian is there moderating rooms. If not, I will take his place. Yeah, and thank you, Jenna, for also sharing with us how we as youth can get involved in these processes. And now we can even build on the points that Jenna brought up in her speech and just share different opinions. So Jana, could you share a bit more about the technical side of how the breakout rooms will work?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. So I would like to inform you that we will now be joining the breakout rooms. We will have 20 minutes of each breakout room, and there will be 3 guiding questions. The guiding questions will be presented to you in each of the breakout rooms. Firstly, we would like you to introduce yourselves and what is your role in climate action. Then we'll be talking about how youth is involved in climate negotiation process in your specific country and how can we support your youth leaders. And then we will focus on the main achievements made during COP26 and what should be the focus on gathering in Sharm el-Sheikh during COP27. So now I will create the 2 breakout rooms. I would like to just inform you that the breakout rooms, they will close 1 minute before ending, and then we will all meet back here in the plenary. The 2 breakout rooms, they will have the moderator and the note taker, which in room number 1, it's going to be Mary and Bojana, and room number 2, it's Cindy and Kilian. So just give me a few minutes, please. It's you'll be assigned automatically, and then I will assign manually the note takers and moderators. If you have any questions, please feel to drop me a message in the chat box. Thank you very much. Dear all, in order to join the breakout rooms, a request has been sent to you. So if you can please just click on accept and you'll be transformed to the breakout room. Thank you. Dear all, I'm repeating that if you would like to join the breakout room session right now, a notification has been sent to you. You just have to click on it and accept, and you will be moved automatically to one of the breakout rooms. Thank you.
The time frame for a lunch break, and after that we'll meet again. You can be free to stay in the meeting, just turn off your camera and your microphone, and we will continue this discussion after the lunch. So Jana, could you please elaborate a bit more and tell us what is the time frame for lunch?
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you all had fruitful discussions, and you had the chance to meet your fellow colleagues from all around the world. So now we are going to move to a lunch break, which is going to take 30 minutes. So we will all see you back at 1:15, that is Central European time. Please feel free to just stay here in the meeting, turn off your cameras, and we will see you back in 30 minutes. Thank you very much, and looking forward to the afternoon session. There will be a lot of interesting speakers, so I'm highly encouraging everyone to rejoin or to connect in 30 minutes, and we're looking forward. Thank you very much.
Is the climate information services, because we are providing climate information services to farmers. So this website is designed to, what do we do as a whole, is designed to introduce and enhance technology system in agricultural processes that manage or market food within the growing, harvesting, and the distribution stage. And it's 100% youth association that is ready, 100% youth association that are ready to make the difference, by using new technology innovation to improve food production. So our first program, that is the program we implement, that is actually implemented now, is the Youth Coding Workshop. And this Youth Coding Workshop program main purpose is to engages and excites youth in technology-related agricultural science topics, such as computer science, robotics, artificial intelligence. We have electronic engineering, graphic design, and entrepreneurship. And this is done through hand-on projects to teach youth creativity, problem solving, and critical thinking skills, while building their capacity for technology innovation to improve food production and nutritional security in order to end hunger and poverty. So our vision is to see young people make the difference by using new technological innovation to improve food production and nutritional security. And our mission is to educate youth in agricultural science and technological innovation and enhance youth creativity in problem solving and critical thinking skills towards improving food production and nutritional security to end hunger and poverty. And our objectives is, first of all, to build young people's skills in new technology innovation and critical thinking through hand-on projects, as we said earlier. Then, to enhance education amongst the less privileged by providing access to scholarship and to achieving their highest potential. So we want to be able to provide the scholarship to youth that have great projects so that they can go on for their education to be able to enhance such projects. We want to be able to mentor youth in technology-related areas of agronomy. And we also want to reduce the rural poverty by creating more employment opportunities for youth in technology field. And we want to be able to use new technology to help increase food production and nutritional security. And our main goal is to encourage youth entrepreneurship through mentoring programs. and to reduce unemployment rates in local communities, thereby addressing SDG 8. And we also want to reduce poverty and hunger by improving food production through new technology, thereby addressing Sustainable Development Goal 1 and 2. And our last goal is to provide quality education, thereby addressing SDG 4. Those are our goals. And apart from the youth coding workshop, we have upcoming programs. Long-term goals, we include a program expansion to include the other three sectors of this big program, which is empowering women in technology. What we want to do is we want to make sure that women can access technology to advance their agricultural productivity. The third program, that is e-commerce platform. We want to be able to provide a platform to market, so a platform on which farmers can market their products. And that platform is in process. And the last and very important point is the climate information service. We want to be able to educate farmers, young farmers, on climate information service, thus informing them about drought-resistant crops and how the climate affects your various crops. And this is our contact. Everyone can be part of the program. If you're interested in the program, you can contact us at this contact. And we encourage youth to get involved in agriculture. And our main aspect in which we are working in is the technology part. As youth in technology, how can we impact and increase our food productivity using the technology we have in hands, like our phones, our laptop, and the various networks? Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. That was very insightful. What I would ask for you is to share more information in the chat box. So both me and the participants could later on explore more about your work. I think that's very important, and maybe connect with you to build the partnership, because the Global Climate Smart Agricultural Youth Network is just about that, building resilient partnerships when it comes to food system and climate action in general. So now we'll move on to the next speaker, which is also a young woman from across the globe. Her name is Bojana. Bojana is one of the organizers of the Project for Peace, and she's today with us to spread her vision regarding COP27, but also to reflect on the outcomes of the program she organized, so we can all learn and develop together here. Bojana, are you currently with us?
Hi, Dunya, I'm here.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. Thank you, Dunya, for having me here. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here and to speak about the outcomes of my project. So I'm Bojana. I'm a student at Bowdoin College in Maine in the US. I study politics and economics. And for this summer, I received a grant called Projects for Peace to implement a project for youth sustainability called For Air, Water, and Land. So Projects for Peace is a foundation that allows students from around 130 colleges in the US to implement their projects around the world. So I decided to have my project be around climate change and sustainability in my home country of Serbia. And the point of my project is to empower young people to come up with their own initiatives, because we desire change and a sustainable future for Serbia. And I believe that experiences in nature discussing global issues and sustainability will empower you to take stances on great social issues, because without air, water, and land, we have nothing, and they are our peace. So my project just finished today. It has been active for the past 8 days. And I'm gonna share our Instagram page now so you can see what has been happening with the project. So yes, just a second. Yeah, so feel free to follow us. We have not been active for the past couple of days because we have been on an expedition. We went to rafting center Drina Tara, where we hiked and went rafting because we had 5 days of workshops in the capital city of Serbia, Belgrade, and then we went on a nature expedition. So this is our logo, and for our workshops, we first had team building, which I believe is an integral part of networking and building a community so we can create change. So with team building, we created this like a scene where the teams could bond. And the main point of the workshops that we had in Belgrade were the speakers that we brought in to talk about sustainability, and then to talk about how each individual can create change and reduce their carbon footprint. We also talked about feminism, and we also had Dunya come in and talk about international climate agreements, which was an amazing presentation from her. So thank you, Dunya. And I think that the participants gained much knowledge because we had many interesting speakers and participants. And my main inspiration for this project was Rio Tinto, which is a mining company that's coming into Serbia, and they're going to exploit the most fertile land for lithium and mining. So we also had the founders of that organization to get Rio Tinto out of the country speak, which was an amazing experience for all the participants. And I'm glad that all the speakers showed up, which shows great progress in our country, that there are many willing people to show up and talk about ecology, about sustainability, about how we can save Serbia and create a better future, a more sustainable future. So these were our speakers, but the main point of the workshops we had in Belgrade were that the participants were able to choose one ecological topic and create a solution for it. So they created their own presentations, and they researched for the past couple of 5 days. And here you can see, let me just put back the slide. This is our group, and they created their own presentation. We had 6 groups, and they created their solutions. So they explored different topics. They explored the pollution in our rivers. They explored the hydropower. They explored the pollution around the garbage disposal. So there were different topics that were explored, and they were all so willing to participate, which I'm so grateful for. And here I wanted to show the picture of our group, but next we have our team. So this is me and the team of my volunteers that helped me realize the project, that helped me make this possible. So I wanted to have them in here just also as a thank you to them for making this possible. And so we also went on different field trips in Belgrade. This is a botanical garden in Belgrade, which we did a tour of, and the participants were very happy that we went there. So yesterday we came back from our trip. We went rafting to Center Drina Tara, and you can see that here, which was an incredible experience for all of us. And I think that why I decided to have this component a part of my project is because I believe that if we appreciate nature, if we know what nature has to offer us, if we connect to Earth, that is the best way that we can solve all our issues. Because I believe that currently there is a disconnect between people and between our air, our water, and land. We're all in our lives, in our daily struggles, in the cities, and there is not much connection for youth with the nature. So that is my first and great concern, that I wanted to have them have this experience and have fun. And also, I believe that youth are the change, but they are also the ones that want to make change. So we need to make them want change by having them appreciate what's around us, having them realize that we're in great danger and that we need to focus on a better world and a more sustainable world. And that is why I decided to take them here. And now reflecting on the end of the project, I think it has been really incredible to see all the participants form friendships and connections with each other. So I think building that network, building that place where people can come together and where you can talk about climate change, talk about sustainability, and engage with each other. So we talked about all these issues during the 5 days of our workshops, but it was incredible for me to see that even after we left the workshops and went to our trip in nature, they still continued those conversations unprovoked by me. So on their own, they desired to continue to talk about it, to continue to create solutions. So in the future, I hope that all of them will continue to create their own change and that all of them will create their own initiatives, because the world is left to the young, and I think that they are the solution and they are the change. And I had the best time doing this project, and I hope that they will also continue on their own and create something like I did. So again, I want to thank Dunya for inviting me to speak about my project. And I'm also here for any questions anyone might have. I'm happy to answer my questions, and you're free to follow us on Instagram. We also have our website, or contact me, and I will leave the information in the chat. So thank you, Dunya.
Hello.
Thank you, Boyana. And now Mr. Divine will introduce the next speaker.
Yes. I like giving some stories because Gary and myself, we met the first time in 2018 in New York, in the US at Purdue University. What took me there was I was actually being sponsored by the African Development Bank president, to join him, go pay back to Purdue because that's where he got his education. So, and before I went there, I was very good friends. I had a very, very good friend from Purdue. That is Adriana. I never knew that it was Gary's wife. So when I got to Purdue, I did my presentation, my poster presentation. Then Adriana comes and tells me, "How are you?" I said, "Fine, thank you." Then she says, "Oh, please come. I want to introduce somebody." She shows me Gary. She says, "This is my husband. His name is Gary Boneski." I said, "Wow, what a connection." In fact, we are what we are today because from the time we met Gary, Margarita, and many others, CSYN has been something else. Because right now we have a strong link and partnership with Purdue University, and of course, it's a premium university on this planet, as we all know. So, Gary, I want to say thank you very much for your mentoring. Thank you for the opportunity for partnering and signing this long life lasting partnership with CSY and to making sure that we have these exchange programs roll out. I want to introduce you right now. Welcome on board. Over to you.
Well, thank you, Divine, for that very kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank Divine as well as Dunya for the invitation to give a brief presentation. And so, again, my name's Gary Berniski. I'm the Assistant Director for Program Development in the Office of International Programs in Agriculture at Purdue University. And I'm a specialist in food security. And Divine and I have had a long relationship, and I'm so pleased to see the tremendous progress CSAYN has made over the past few years in developing an outstanding network to serve both youth as well as climate and agriculture. And so if I may share my screen. And what I would like to do is to give a presentation on what I call the 3 C's. And so there's the challenge of what we call the 3 C's, which is COVID, conflict, and climate change. And of course, CSAYN has a vital role in addressing these 3 challenges. So I'd like to talk a little bit about how the 3 C's impact food security. And so first, let's define food security to make sure that everybody's on the same page. There are countless definitions of food security and food security indicators. So we'll use the definition promoted by the Food and Agriculture Organization. It's a situation that exists when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. And so this demonstrates the multidimensionality of food security and how all the different sectors impact people's ability to be able to have enough food to eat. And food security can be measured at different levels, at the household level, community, regional, and country, and so on. And there are 4 pillars of food security that all need to be met at the same time in order for a person or a group to be food secure. And that is have availability, access, and utilization, as well as stability to food. And so the definitions of malnutrition indicators that are widely used are for children that are under the age of 5 years. And these are the most vulnerable population to food insecurity. And here I want to point out the 2 most important indicators. One is wasting, which is weight for height. And so if weight is very low for height, it's an indicator of acute food shortages. And so a family or person may be very food secure, and then they're hit by a crisis, and their availability to access food it goes way down. And so they begin to lose weight rapidly. So this often occurs in famines. And then the other indicator that's very important is stunting, which is height for age. And stunting means that there's a chronic shortage of food, and this causes malnutrition. And so the children are not able to meet their genetic potential for their height. So they're stunted from the lack of food and nutrition, and they never are able to recuperate from that stunting. And so, of course, there's also what we call the hidden hunger. Micronutrient deficiencies are known to be the hidden hunger because a person may be getting sufficient calories, but not all the nutrients required for a healthy life are available. And so the three major ones are vitamin A, which a lack of vitamin A causes a blindness or poor vision. Iron deficiency, of course, which causes anemia, and your autoimmune system is not able to fend off diseases. And then iodine deficiency, which causes a difficulty in your cognitive development. So those are very important. Of course, poverty and food security are very closely linked. And if you're poor, you're most likely to be very, very food insecure. Now on to the first of the three C's, COVID. COVID-19 has drastically increased the level of poverty, which in turn has increased the levels of food insecurity. And as you can see here about the information that's on the screen, according to the WHO, about 500 million people were pushed into poverty because of COVID. And that is one of the worst economic fallouts since the Great Depression. And the International Food Policy Research Institute indicates that for every 1% decline in global economic growth, 14 to 22 million people are forced into extreme poverty. Okay, and the World Bank has already indicated that according to the information that they have available, 100 million people have been pushed into extreme poverty already because of COVID-19. And so, as we can see here, food prices are increasing because of supply chain disruptions caused by COVID. And this graph shows the rise in food prices here when COVID-19 hit. And food prices have gone up drastically to the same crises that we faced in 2008 and in 2012. This figure shows the increases in moderate and severe food security between 2014 and 2021 by region. And so instead of going down, because we want to attain or achieve our sustainable development goals, which is zero hunger, we can see that we're going in the wrong direction. And in nearly all regions of the world, both the severe food insecurity and moderate food insecurity are increasing, and COVID has had a huge impact on this trend. So let's go on to the second C, which is conflict. And one conflict I want to point out is, of course, the Russian-Ukraine conflict. And so this is also building upon the position, the really, I would say, risky position that we're in terms of global hunger. We're now facing a compound crisis. And so escalating food prices globally, high energy costs along the food supply chain, because particularly Russia is a major energy producer, as well as produces a large amount of fertilizer, which is really needed to ensure that there's a good crop productivity. And so on top of that, we've got the climate extremities, right, of heat, drought, floods. And then there's migration and labor shortages and rising prices for agricultural inputs, as I just said, and trade restrictions where countries have banned the export of food commodities, particularly wheat. And so here I just like to show the jump in the food index since the beginning of 2022, right here. You can see that there's been an incredible rise in food prices. And this is really hitting particularly the poor people the hardest. and a major driver of food insecurity. Agricultural and energy input prices have skyrocketed, as we can see here. Natural gas is very important because it's the primary energy source for the production of urea and nitrogen fertilizer. And you can see that the fertilizer prices and the natural gas prices and as well as coal have really increased. And so this has caused a huge increase in poor availability of fertilizers, which are important for crop production, as I already mentioned. Now, let's take a look at the top exporters of wheat, because wheat is very important, right? It's a staple globally. And the top exporters of wheat, as you can see here, are Russia, and Ukraine is number 6. But both countries halted exports of wheat, and this has had an impact on the rise of wheat prices and becoming out of reach, particularly of poor people, and driving food insecurity. Russia in particular being the largest exporter. Although, as we have seen in the news, Ukraine is now beginning to export wheat. It's just a start. And so we are facing a crisis. And here, this is the percentage increases of food prices between January and March of this year. As you can recall, that the Ukraine-Russia conflict was initiated at the beginning of the year. And as you can see, world food prices have increased about 18% globally, with here, I'd like to point out Sub-Saharan Africa has suffered an increase of food prices by 12%. And that's just over the first 3 months of this year. So now on to the third C, which is, I think, very important for this conference, is climate change. And the poor households are less resilient to climate change, while agriculture contributes nearly 30% of the global greenhouse gas annual emissions. And so this is happening through forest destruction and, of course, livestock. Although it occupies about 70% of the world's agricultural land, livestock also generates an incredible amount of methane. And agriculture is responsible for our destruction of biodiversity, particularly through deforestation and the expansion of the agricultural frontier. So climate change is resulting in more erratic and volatile rainfall and precipitation patterns between intense rain and prolonged drought. And of course, climate change has caused pest outbreaks, as seen here. And as you can recall, we've had really tremendous locust infestations in East Africa and parts of Asia, which have devastated crop yields. And as I said, agriculture is responsible for most of the deforestation. About 80% of the deforestation is because of agriculture. And it's also a huge consumer of freshwater use. And because of our droughts, freshwater is becoming more scarce in many areas and overabundant in others due to intense rainfalls. And our agricultural food systems, as I said, release nearly 30% of the greenhouse gases. And so of the total agricultural land that we have available, 52% has become degraded. And so, the mission of CSAYN is really critical to address some of these issues. particularly climate change. Agriculture causes land degradation, which in turn contributes towards greenhouse gases and results in the loss of biodiversity, as we can see with these feedback loops. And so what can we do to halt the threats of the 3 C's, right? We can reduce food waste. And as we all know, about 30% of the food that we produce never is consumed by humans. And so there's a lot of emphasis on increasing crop productivity, but there's certainly not enough attention placed on reducing food waste. And in the lower and middle countries, that food waste is caused by poor storage practices, whereas in developed countries, food waste is what we call plate waste and is caused by poor consumption or incomplete consumption of food. So climate smart agriculture is really important, and that's what is promoted by CSAYN, but also small scale fisheries, urban agriculture, and virtual platforms connecting farmers to consumers, crop insurance, and diversifying smallholder production systems are all measures that we can take to address the impact of the 3 C's. And so I mentioned food loss, and that in particular in sub-Saharan Africa, this occurs because of poor crop storage practices. Purdue has developed a innovation which is called the Purdue Improved crop storage bags, which is an hermetically sealed bag that prevents insect infestation into stored grains. And here you can see in the case of cowpea what it looks like without PICS bags, and with the hermetic storage, we can actually bring down that crop losses from 60 to 70% down to 0. And in aquaculture, what we call fish is nature's superfood, right? In reality, it uses less water than crops and produces not only abundant calories, but also the micronutrients that are needed. Urban agriculture, as I mentioned, where we can intensely produce food, where large populations live, is a very climate smart, friendly practice. And of course, with our eye on marketing, connecting producers directly to consumers through virtual platforms results in greater income to farmers and lower costs to consumers. So we are making a lot of progress, and farmers are becoming very adept in using technology to connect directly with consumers. And as I said, CSAYN is the future. The youth are the future, and we need to invest our resources and support youth now in every way that we can, and get them excited and engaged in agriculture and promoting and adopting climate smart agricultural practices to increase resilience to climate extremes. So in conclusion, humankind is facing a multitude of challenges due to the 3 C's. The poor are most vulnerable, and so we must place our attention to the poor. And there are no silver bullets, but we need to take a multitude of approaches, as I described, in order to build resilience. Peace and stability are essential, and with climate change, we need to ensure that we resolve conflict issues so that the competition for resources will not escalate into farmers being pushed out of production. And so 2 areas that I think are very important, the Global Youth Institute with the Borlaug Dialogue is coming up in October, and I encourage youth to participate in the Borlaug Dialogue. And of course, everyone should join CSAYN. And so thank you very much for this opportunity to make this presentation. And if you have any questions, I'm about out of time, but I would be happy to entertain them now, or we can follow up after the conference is concluded. Thank you again, Divine, and over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Gary. I'm happy your last statement was call to action. Everybody should join CSAYN because it's the future. It's the future for young people. And I really, I was very impressed when you mentioned that virtual platform for farmers. I'm happy to inform you, of course, I'm not informing you, I'm just informing the audience that we are launching our virtual university by the end of this year, either at COP, either at the CBD meeting, or at the UNGA, that is the UN General Assembly this year. Because we came to realize that after having interns for 6 months, they still go applying for jobs. You can't do agriculture and then you're applying for jobs. You should be an employer, job creator, and not a job seeker. That's one thing I always say. And the second thing is that the virtual university, we are already working with a lot of universities. For example, like Purdue University, we've had a lot of interns from Purdue, we have a lot of interns from Cornell University, and we think that it is time for us to use this youth potential, this internship program, to rule out this university from what? So after the 6 months, we realize that we need to build their capacity on specific skill sets and strengthen them. And that's why right now we have 3 months mentorship program within which we actually identify missing links, build their capacity, and get them actually become future CEOs than looking for jobs. That job creation, job seeking for young people should be history. It shouldn't be a future. Yeah, and I'm very, very grateful, Gary. So I want to say that thanks for your time. I know how busy you are. Thanks, and I want to encourage everybody. Gary actually is part of the Mandela Fellowship Program. So please, we encourage all of you to apply for that program. They'll be launching it very soon. I think the application is starting on the 18th of August. It has started, so please try to register for it. We are proud to say that this year we had 4 of them. We have 4 CSAY members in Washington. We are so proud of that. Gary, thank you very much for your mentorship, and we shall not disappoint you indeed. All these young people are listening to you and are ready to make things happen. With that, I say goodbye to you. Now I have to introduce Michael. Michael is actually the president of Climate Science. Climate Science, my brothers and sisters, it is actually a group made of young people like you, us all here. And equally, they have very, very strong mentors, very, very strong supporters who are actually experienced the climate discussion. So I want to say that, Michael, the MOU we signed, this is the fruit of the MOU. And I know very soon you're going to be setting up, launching your Olympia, and I know I'm really giving you this opportunity to share with these young people what climate change is all about and what are you addressing, what is the road to COP27? Thank you very much. You have the floor.
All right, thank you. It's great to be here. Thanks for an invitation. And right, I'll give a short overview on what is climate science and what we're doing. And then I'll delve more deep into how we see climate action, how we think, and how we're trying to solve climate change on our part, and how we all can sort of work towards that. Climate science, exactly as an introduction, we are a youth-led organization. And we were founded 3 years ago when all of the climate strikes were happening and the world started slowly waking up to climate change and starting to demand more action in a serious note. And we realized that there's a problem. And the problem is that climate information was too difficult to understand or unreliable. And sometimes it was even purposefully misleading, which is why we created Climate Science, which is an organization where our mission is to help people understand climate change from a scientific perspective. What we do is we make climate education accessible, reliable, and solution-focused. And the journey started with very humble beginnings from an Instagram account in a dorm room of a couple of young scientists in Cambridge. And within 2 months, people learn so much just through very short Instagram posts that the Instagram account very quickly got 40,000 followers in 2 months and a flood of DMs of people wanting to help. I was one of those people. Before climate science, I was working on climate strikes and climate movements. I co-founded the Fridays for Future Israel, and I worked internationally with a bunch of climate movements and mobilized protests around the world. And me and together a couple other people, coincidentally, who I didn't even know yet, but now have become one of my best friends, just messaged the Instagram account and said, hey, this is amazing. This needs to really spread around the world. How can we help? And then from there, we took the organization, we built it from the ground up. And 3 years later, we're now empowering people in 189 countries with our courses around 300, our courses being read about 300,000 times. And as you mentioned, the Olympiad, in fact, the registration finished quite a week ago already. And we had 50,000 young people creating climate solutions to really tough issues, like the world's biggest problems that world leaders are facing every day. And some might be doing more ambitiously than the others. But what the Olympiad does is it gives youth the opportunity to battle with the same issues and see what they could have done better. So a couple of issues which we had last year would have been, for example, and this is a theoretical, but design a climate adaptation plan against the sea level rise in Fiji in the year 2040, or design a global carbon tax policy framework, or even design a clean energy transition plan in India and the United States. These are issues that global leaders have to be solving. And what we do with the Olympiad is young people get the opportunity to try to do this themselves and compete for their spot in the award ceremony in the annual COPs. And last year it was really amazing. Last year we had people from 14 and 25 compete, and 2 14-year-olds won, even against the university students. So I think that what that really proves is anyone can really make a difference if you put enough work to it. But that's what climate science is. That's what we try to do. And that's what we've managed to do thanks to all of the 1,000 volunteers that we have and people wanting to create impactful climate action. And I think the key here, if we really look at climate action, is in the words impactful climate action. What is the climate action that we want to have? What is the thing that's going to help solve climate change? These are the questions that I battled a lot before and even now in climate science, because I think as people who are trying to solve these global problems, we need to be asking ourselves these questions. Is the thing that we are doing, does it really matter? And I'd like to tell a story from the climate movement. Now, and before I tell the story, I'd like to pose a question. How many people here on this call ever wondered this question? Is what we're doing really, does it really matter? Or has ever felt anxious about climate change? You can raise your hands, you can write in chat. You can do whatever feels good for you, or just reflect on the question yourself. I know for sure I have. And this was in the middle of the climate strike movement. So I joined the movement and I co-founded the Fridays for Future branch in my country around December 2019. 2018, January 2019, somewhere along those lines. And we started striking, and then we started, and then it was very small. And then we had this international protest on March 15th in 2019, where we had over 1 million people around the world protest for climate. And then there was on the 24th of March, there was another one. Then on the 27th of September, there was another one, and each protest was bigger than the other. And slowly, more and more governments started declaring climate emergency. But regardless of all of the action, regardless of all of the protests and the people involved, which was much, much more than in the past, every meeting after talking to politicians, after every protest, I always had this feeling of lingering of like, it feels like there's not enough progress. And I started reflecting, why is that? And then I bumped into the Instagram account of climate science, and I started to understand more about climate change. And more importantly, I started to understand that, and everyone says that climate change is an extremely complex problem, but I don't think we in the climate action movement embrace enough how many types of people and professions are needed to solve climate change. And there's almost this kind of perception that the only ways that you can solve climate change is by either becoming an activist or becoming a politician, but so we can make better policy. Where most of the people in the world are not going to become activists. My sister, for example, this is not just for her, she just doesn't enjoy protests. But what she does do very well is music. She loves music. So there's a lot of things that she could be doing with music that could help climate change. Not necessarily just to create songs, but even by becoming one of these music experts and professionals who are able to help soundtracks in movies that talk about climate change or video games. Let's talk about climate communicators. There's so many PR people on the other side and the lobbying side for fossil fuels. We don't have enough people in the climate communication side. What about engineers? What about creating new solutions? What about creating more transparent systems? There are so many things that we can do because climate change affects everything. And that's, in my opinion, a really empowering thought, because every career can become a climate career. And that's sort of the larger mission of what I wanted to focus. I wanted to help everyone in the world to understand really what climate change is about, that it's not only about, it's definitely not only about plastic or fossil fuels. It's a much larger systematic problem. But it's also about what is the energy sector? What are the causes in the energy sector that are contributing? What kind of fossil fuels are out there? What kind of solutions do we have? What are the problems in these solutions? If, for example, if we look at solar, hydro, wind, what are the disadvantages? What are the open innovations that still need to be done? We need to, for example, we need to create more progress on the battery front, or if you look at hydro, that might be a little damaging for biodiversity. How can we balance all of these things together? And if we go outside of energy, we can look at the same to climate justice. It goes to politics, it goes to economics. How do we create more resilient economic systems that are able to support planetary growth? And what climate science does with this is and what we try to do and what we think is helpful is that when people understand the problem in its entirety and the solutions that come with it, it's there's two things that happen. One thing is people feel much less anxious because now this giant problem is solvable. It's difficult. No one's saying that it's not difficult, but there are ways to go around it, and we understand what we need to be doing. There's a direction. Once you know enough, knowledge is really power. There's a direction. And what this direction creates is impactful climate action instead of just climate action, instead of just people talking about climate change and creating events and so on. Instead of having 17 different climate weeks a year and 100 events in each of them, we could be focusing a lot of that effort in creating training sessions for people, for young engineers, creating climate career workshops for young people and recent university graduates, creating and focusing on the solutions that matter, focusing on effective climate solutions. And what we're really looking for, and what I think personally, when I look at the whole climate action sphere, I think we are in an era of climate awareness. I think most people know that climate change is bad and that we should do something about it. And now what we're looking forward to, together with our partners, and hopefully something, and I'm going to tie this a little bit into our COP plans soon, but what we try to really do is to leverage the power of the movement that we have created and transition to a movement from climate awareness to climate understanding, because education is the first step to solve climate change. And once we understand climate change, then we can fully embrace the era of impactful climate solutions, impactful climate action that makes a difference. And right now, we're very, very happy because there are so many partners and organizations who come to the same realization, who are supporting and advocating for universal climate education. And in a sense, we have to take matters to our own hands, similarly to us starting striking, where we couldn't wait for politicians to just continue conversations. And by the way, a point about that, because climate science, we try to work with many different sectors. So we also work with the private sector. Every private sector person that I've met, 100%, this is like 100% everyone in my meetings. Informally, you know, we start working together, then we develop a relationship, then we might get dinner or something sometime, or just meet informally on Zoom. Every time they tell me that if without the climate strikes, the businesses probably wouldn't have done anything. Right now, every business and every head of business and all of the corporates are scared. They're really, really scared because they know the next generation and our generation is not going to tolerate exploitative practices. And I think that's really, really interesting. But as before, we didn't wait. We couldn't we had to take matters to our own hands. And similarly, that's with education. We can't wait for all of the governments to implement climate education universally. By the time that it would be the national curricula, it will probably take 5 years, just because the governments are a little slow. So the and other than that, today, if we really look at education, what has happened in the eyes of the general public is that institutions are having the monopoly on education. Before, education came, and in terms of like the terminology, it came from with many different forms, from your parents and your family teaching you verbally different practices and theories and so on, and traditions, to you just reading a book. So we can really take our education to our own hands and fasten the process. Similarly, that goes to climate solutions. Anyone can really contribute to climate solutions. We can take this onto our own hands and begin solving climate change today. I promise you the governments will follow. Yeah, impactful climate education, impactful climate action can't happen without proper climate education. And right now, together with our partners and together with different supporters, we are having a couple of really exciting plans. And we are going to be, we're going to be increasing our Olympiad. So as I said in the beginning, we had 50,000 people last year. This year, we're going to have, next year, we're targeting to have 200,000 people and increase all of our learners and our learner community to hopefully 1 million in the next 18 months. I hope that those numbers are not going to come back to me and bite me, but we try to set ambitious goals. Right now, again, there's about 300 to 200,000 people. So hopefully we can 3x all of that in the next 18 months. And then in regards to UNFCCC conferences, in regards to COP27, in regards to those, you should be able to find us leading the climate education caucus and discussions. We're going to be probably working together with the Resilience Hub and with a couple other pavilions, but we're still looking for different meaningful ways to engage. And we're also going to be holding our very own event and the finals, the award ceremony of the Olympiad, with a exciting keynote speaker who I can't spoil yet, but if you keep in touch with us, you'll see soon. Last year we had Jane Goodall. So just so you understand the types of people that we're aiming for. If I'd want to share one message from all of these points, it would probably be that whatever you do, don't let expectations, don't let other people, don't let anything to prevent you from doing the right thing, what you think is the right thing. Take matters to your own hands, because that's how the world will change. That's how it progresses. And that's why the climate movement has been successful right now. And that's why we can make even more successful in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Michal. To continue in the point you said that we're living now in the era of climate awareness, and I would say we're now stepping into a new era, and that's the era of climate action. And I see that Mr. Devine would like to continue, so I'll give the word to him, and then I'm going to introduce the next speaker.
Yeah, I want to comment, because I took two key messages here, or key points about education climate caucus, which is one. He underscored that education that's actually going to be an enabler to addressing climate change. That is very, very important, because without education, there's nothing we can do. And that is why CSAYN thought it very, very wise that apart from the internship, apart from the mentorship, we are setting up a virtual university. Virtual university that's going to connect all young people around the world, experts around the world, and equally researchers. That's why we are looking at the SIP program, which is the CSAYN Education Exchange Program, to enhance student and student-teacher mobility across all our Center of Excellences. And of course, Mike, I want you to host our Center of Excellence. I want climate science to be our Center of Excellence for the UK. It'll be very, very impressive. We have Center of Excellences all over the world, but in the UK, we don't yet have one. So I'll be very, very happy if you can identify any university. For sure, we've had students on internship from Leeds University, Cambridge, Oxford, and we think that this is a very good moment for us to discuss this as well. So every student here, please, we want to connect with you guys to make sure that you have a Center of Excellence. So Mike, with this, I want to thank you very much, and be rest assured that we are together. We're going to walk the talk together. We're going to ensure that we train these young people, the children and youth, in addressing, because mitigation is not an option for Africa, because it's so costly, you know. So it's adaptation, and adapting. That's why we did plant trees. We actually train them at the teenage age, primary school, under 6 years old, so them to actually love the environment, you know. So we are very, very, very happy, and we are indeed proud to have you as a partner, and we shall support all what you're doing. And I'm so grateful for your activities. With this, I want to hand over to Dunja, because I can talk like this to the next year, because I'm so passionate about what I'm seeing happening here. Thank you very much indeed. And thanks for already honoring our invitation, though very short notice, Michael.
Absolutely. Keep in touch.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I hope to see you at COP. I believe that Global Climate Smart Agriculture will send also representatives. And now we'll move on to the next speaker, which is Killian Woods, who will join us. Killian, are you there? Could you introduce yourself and the topic you will be sharing with us?
Yeah, can I share my screen as well? That's what I'm going to do now.
Yes, of course.
Great.
Julia. Julia. Hello.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Okay, and I would just please remind all of the participants to rename themselves accordingly and use themselves while the presentation is going. Thank you.
Great, yeah. So I work as a data scientist at Axis, and I'm also I work in basically doing workshops and educating youth as well as organizations, schools and universities on sustainability and technologies such as AI. And today I have a very short time, but I want to really inspire you to embrace complexity at the coming COP27 and also introduce you to system dynamics. So this will be the content. I'm going to give you an overview of system dynamics, the history of system dynamic models, how they've been used in COP, and then closing remarks. So overview of system dynamics. If I really was going to simplify it to the core of what it is, it's very much looking at complex problems such as climate change and finding out how these problems occur and understand how they relate to a whole. So I really like this quote: the only way to fully understand why a complex problem occurs and persists is to understand the part in relation to the whole. And it's very different to the traditional scientific approach in a way, which is really isolating small parts of the system. It's really looking at how all of these interactions come into play. So here's really showing you how complex these models can be. This is a model that was done basically looking at how organic farming can reduce vulnerabilities and enhance the resilience of the European food system. And it was done by universities in Belgium and Norway. So if you look at this, it just seems very complex and a bit overwhelming. And that's another part of this. I think system dynamics is a great tool, but what's amazing is the way it can be used, following up with what Divine was saying, how it can be used in education and how it can be used to help people make better decisions. So I've already done and created a lot of these models, so I can see strikes me looking from this diagram is how yield, profits, and food consumption are really the ones which are interacting with the system. And that would make sense because if it is affecting the yield, if organic farming is improving the yield and is able to actually produce enough food for food consumption and the demand, that's basically making sense. But for people who aren't used to the system dynamics, I think there are many other ways to really be able to understand it. So to give a quick definition, system dynamics is an approach to understand the nonlinear behavior of complex systems over time using feedback loops, stocks, and flows. So how it was used in COP. So a think tank from MIT, Climate Interactive, which I've been doing workshops for. I did a workshop at COP26, and I've been doing them with youth leaders as well. Designed the system dynamics model, C-Roads. And so it was used, first of all, in COP15. President Obama was briefed with C-Roads 48 hours before the heads of states meeting in Copenhagen. And just a quick reflection on that. I don't know if you can see in the picture, but people don't seem to be agreeing. I mean, yes, he was briefed, and we know COP15, the results weren't that great. And so it really depends. And I think really reflecting on this, and I'd say they'd agree, the people at Climate Interactive as well, was using these models, it's really important to create communities and to help educate as many people as we can, so that we can, in a way, separate. And it's great to use it instead of briefing the person before the negotiation, using it in the negotiation, so that you can really separate the problem from the person, because in a way it means both people are looking, well, what happens if we actually simulate what the policies would like to do? So what they did in 2015 is Obama's science advisor, John Holdren, used the same model to deliver the bilateral with the US-China climate accord. And that was one of the accords that led to the Paris Agreement. So that was obviously very successful. So application of system dynamics. So this is really where I come in as well. With Climate Interactive developed the system dynamics software En-ROADS, which is their more up-to-date software with MIT in 2019. And they're using really the latest data. I'd invite you to go on their website and check it out. And so this software can be used to run workshops with organizations, schools, and universities. I've done workshops called climate action simulations, where we actually do simulations of COP. And these can last the whole day. They need to be at least 4 hours. I did it with students from Rwanda as well, who are really working with communities in farms. And I think it's a great way for anyone to learn, because it's, as you've seen before, the model can be very complex, but I'll show you now how this model looks, and it's a lot easier to understand. And also I've done En-ROADS climate workshops. I did that at COP26, which is a shorter format of the workshop. And these can be really used to help people understand complex and dynamic systems and allow them to become better decision makers. So here is how the model looks like. So a lot easier to understand. And basically, because I have very little time, the idea of the workshop is, as you can see, the 3.6 degrees is the actual scenario that we're going to be going to with what is currently happening. And the goal is to enact policies and to simulate policies of the participants. So I'm going to show you a policy that basically a lot of people ask about usually when I do these workshops, which is afforestation. So what happens if we plant loads of trees? And just so you have an idea, this is twice, so the green part here, if you look at the bottom right corner, the green part is basically twice the land size of India. And if you remember from the last slide, it was 3.6 degrees, and it's only gone to 3.5 degrees is the scenario for 2100. So it's part of the solution, but it means that it isn't a silver bullet. And what we need is really a silver buckshot. We need to have many solutions which have higher impact. And it's important to consider that when we're actually making these policies. So thank you for listening. And I'd like to just reflect a bit more on what was said as well with the previous speakers and the power of education. So here I'm basically you've probably heard this quote a lot, but I was rereading it yesterday, and I've just been thinking about this quote and seeing how, if you reflect on it, more things seem to come out from it. So the quote is, "The power of education extends beyond the development of skills we need for economic success. It can contribute to nation building and reconciliation." So the idea behind it is, and that's really why I'm presenting this, embracing complexity. It can be for people who are actually attending COP and doing negotiations. I've done workshops with youth leaders who will be attending COP, but I think it can be used for anyone. It can be school children. It can be people who are, farmers, community leaders who are maybe based more rurally, but still have a really important ideas and policies that they want to enact. And I think that's what really this quote really means for me. It means that we're able to, in a way, come together with similar policies and create change. Because a lot of the time I was talking about how this model was used at COP, but for politicians really to do the right thing, in a way, as was said by previous speakers, is really to have also politics means politicians really follow politics. So you have a movement of people telling them that they should be doing something, that there's a policy that really works. They're much more likely to go into a meeting and be able to actually push this agenda. because I mean, there would be, the thing is politicians are always representing their own country. So that's a huge aspect of it, I think. And yeah, it's really important that education is given to as many people as we can actually educate. I did a workshop with schools in England with Stowe School, which is a school with very well-off children and parents, and they invited over 45 schools from the UK. And it was really an amazing experience, because actually the ones who seemed to come up with the best policies were, and I just want to finish off with this, but basically there was were children who came from the poorer backgrounds. So I remember at the end of the workshop, I asked the children what policies and what they were going to do, what actions they were going to be taking. And the richer children were saying they wanted to build a farm, a regenerative farming system in their school grounds. Another school wanted to put some solar panels. And then the school, I went to another school and they weren't too sure what to say. I remember the teacher was there and he sort of looked at me and said, look, we don't have the sort of resources that these other schools have. And I said, well, you have something, you could do something much better than any of them. And they reflected, and then they responded, well, how about going out to our local politicians, local governors, and sending them letters about what we want to happen? And I think that's what really can change nations and can help create reconciliation and nation building. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kilian. And now I will give the word to Mr. Nityo, who will introduce the next speaker.
Yeah, as usual, I like starting with some stories. We're gonna have Rodolfo right now. Rodolfo is actually sitting on behalf of the Director General of ICA. ICA is the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation and Agriculture, based in Costa Rica. The history with Costa Rica and ICA is that we were able to sign an MOU of a memorandum of understanding I think last year or last 2 years, on making sure that research, education, capacity building, diplomacy in agriculture should be, and cooperation between the global South and the global North should actually be strengthened, the South-South cooperation. And with this, we actually signed, that was a 4-year MOU, and then you have gone like 1.5 years or so. I want to say that ICA, as you all know, is the representative to the EU Commission. It is a representative of African Union, and they are right, they are doing very great job. And Rodolfo is the focal point for CSAY and the liaison at ICA. He sits in Brazil, the office in Brazil. So with this, I want to say, Rodolfo, gracias, and welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, my friend Divine. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, loud and clear.
Awesome. So first of all, I would like to thank everyone and mainly the organizers for this invitation. On behalf of the Director General of ICA, I would like to say that it is a pleasure once again to be cooperating in such a global event. Congratulations, especially to Divine for making all of these happen. We have known each other for over 1.5 years now. And one of the things that I would like to highlight about GCSAYN is that they're always trying to improve no matter what. And I can see the huge leap that they took and also the results that they are achieving up to until today. So I'm very happy to be part of it. And with me, we have Margarita, we have Gary, we have other actors as well as the CSAYN core team. And I'm very happy to be participating and part of it. Please invite me to whatever events you guys are planning, because they are all very rich, and it's always good to hear opinions from other colleagues as well. So I'm going to start by saying that ICA has its own mandate. We are located in the American continent, which is a very big continent itself. connected through a lot of large and also smaller countries. And by this, we have different phases of rurality, and that makes it very tricky to actually come up with a huge long-term solution for how to improve agriculture and how to reduce poverty especially amongst rural people. So what we are aiming at is that ICA has 5 strategic programs. We had our last medium-term plan, which was carried out from 2018 to 2021, and now we do have another one, which is going to be carried out from 2022 up until 2025. The importance of this is saying that now youth and gender is not only a cross-cutting axis, it's actually a very specific program. So now there are going to be a lot of actions that are going to be derived from this program that focus on youth and gender issues around the globe. And of course, through our External Relations Directorate, which the director is Miss Beverly Best. She's not here, but I'm also representing her. We are connecting through a level of stakeholders globally, and our connection with GCSAYN comes in a very strategic manner that our continents, I mean the African continent and also the American continent, we are similar continents. We were once connected through land, and now we are connected through aspirations, objectives, and dreams. So this is very powerful to me, saying that we share the same challenges that our brothers across the Atlantic also share. And this is also globally, because if we're going to Asia, if we're going to Europe, if we're going is isolated in some countries, for example, in North America up to Uruguay, which is the country that it's on the south of the continent, we're going to have basically the same issues. And now I would like to make a reflection with you guys. I would like to reflect on the fact that the next agricultural borders, they're not going to be dealt with only technology, because technology is also a part. It's in everything. I mean, Internet of Things. I mean, other aspects of technology that we cannot leave behind. We cannot ignore it. But also, I would like to highlight that it's not only technology. So I would like to say that Michael brought a very interesting question, which is education. So education is the first tool that we're going to use to break out these boundaries that we have regarding agricultural development, the development of children and youth in agriculture, education for climate smart agriculture, because we have been teaching since the beginnings of the century and the last century that, okay, we have to produce more, but at what cost? So now education plays an important role in terms of leveling the kind of agriculture that we want to build for the future. So this is also very important. The second thing I would say is technology itself. So altogether with agriculture, technology has to come with in terms of connecting more people in a short time span, meaning that they have access to these technologies. So we have to talk about connectivity and how people can connect and how people can have access to the internet, to information, because this can really reduce the gaps that we have regarding agricultural development. And this is what happens to some of the countries that doesn't have a network that's well established. And this is pretty much the case of Brazil. We are talking about 5G here, the internet, but also we have some areas that have no connection at all. So this huge gap must be addressed, because or else these areas will be underdeveloped in comparison to others that have access to internet, So this is very, very important. Regarding the part that we are talking about involving youth in agriculture, it's also something that we're going to be dealing with pretty much soon, because the agricultural population is getting older and older by the day. And of course, we used to say that youth is not a state of age, is a state of mind, but we have to be mindful that these people that are currently working to develop the rural world, they are going to get older and eventually they're going to retire. And we have to prepare a whole new set of population, a generation that's going to take over this responsibility of developing a more climate smart future that is intimately connected to the rural development. So I would like to say that this is for ICA, this is a very important issue. So we have currently over 100 projects that are being carried out in the American continent. Most of these projects, they are dealing with rural development, but also in rural development, we have a lot of cross-cutting issues that are also dealt with. One of them is gender and youth. So hopefully for this year, we're gonna have more actions that are planned to be carried out, because as you know, ICA is turning 80 years old. We have a significant age comparison to other international organizations. We are of significant age, but we are young at mind. So we would really much like to reinvent ourselves dealing with these contemporary problems that are part also for this whole worldwide think tank that we need to in order to tackle these issues. So we are very much happy to be sharing our experience with you guys. I'm gonna put our website here. We have English, French, Spanish, and Portuguese versions. So feel free to reach out to me. I'm also gonna leave my email there. If you have any doubts about a project and how to cooperate with ICA. Another important thing is that our mandate is it's restricted to the American continent per se, because ICA is a joint venture from all of the 34 countries in the American continent. But this doesn't mean that we cannot cooperate with other continents and with other countries. And we have an example of this to our most successful cooperation with GCSAYN. And with that in mind, I will leave you be. Thank you very much for your time, for me, giving time for me to share our experiences here, our will to actually change these matters, to change this landscape that we most gonna need it to expand the agricultural horizons in the near future. Thank you, Divine. Thank you, colleagues, and see you soon.
Gracias, gracias. Thank you very much, my brother. We are indeed very, very proud to have you. We know and of course, I forgot mentioning, all those I presented early on are all board members for CSAYN. Margarita, Gary, and Rodolfo right here. And there are so many of them you can know as well. Thank you very much, Rodolfo. And let's keep the ball rolling. And for the 80th anniversary, please, we need to be fully involved. We need to have an event. We need to be fully involved. So see you soon in Costa Rica. Bye-bye. So with that, I'm going to introduce one of our daddy. He's actually, I don't know how to introduce him, because when we talk of climate, when we talk of environment, he's actually leading that. That is Sean Drury. He's the lead climate and sustainable development negotiator for the G77, and equally the LDC at the UNFCCC, UN, UNCBD, and UNCCD. With that, I want to thank you very much, first of all, for honoring our invitation, because we know that this moment is very busy. You have the ANSEM meeting coming up, you have the COP meeting coming up, you have the CBD coming up, but you've been able to create time to address the young people, because you believe in the young people. And I know yourself, you are very, very young, because you're actually negotiating for young people. With that, I give you the floor, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very, very much. First of all, inviting me to share my take, my experience with the younger generations, people like you, for whom we are negotiating for more than 40 years, 50 years in sustainable development field since Stockholm conference in 1972. Then also Rio Conventions, all three Rio Conventions, Climate Change Framework Convention, Desertification Convention, and also Biological Diversity Convention. We have crafted in 91, 92 in New York, and put for signature of head of the states and governments in Rio in June 1992. Since then, say UNFCCC process up and running. CBD process up and running, and also CCD process up and running. There are a lot of hiccups, lot of ups and downs, but we kept on for many years, many decades. But now, say agriculture as the theme of today's discussion is unfolding in UNFCCC process. You know, it has been a taboo for quite a long. Agriculture was not in UNFCCC parlance negotiations for many years. But now, say at Glasgow, agriculture came up quite prominently. And come November at Sharm el Sheikh, it will be a day we are going to concentrate on agriculture day, food and nutrition day. So that, as you know, say almost 30% of GHG emission are coming from agriculture and food systems, food chains. And they are, the earth is a force, formidable force, and they will take over. As other panelists also pointed out, allude us that our farmers are getting old. So we need to have new farm hands. And yet, as agriculture educationists, agriculture scientists, to agriculture farmers, farm hands, agriculture, agro industries, we have to create, we have to set up employment generation, we need to create, and that will be done by our youth force. They are the formidable force. They are our future. One day we will not be in this universe, in this world, but they will be there on our behalf as our legacy, as our say inheritance goes on. Humankind, new mankind, set of new mankind are going to emerge. So you are going to lead that planet at that time, say at 2030, 2040, 2050. Many of us will depart. Many of us will just pass away, will just fade away. So you have to take over. And you know, agriculture has also opportunities. Yes, agriculture is now in a crisis situation. After COVID, say our irrigation system is now under risk because of, say, shortage of power, electricity, and also fossil fuels. Cost of fossil fuels, prices of food grains, prices of foods, prices of agricultural products, cost of agricultural production has gone up. We need lot of research, lot of empirical studies, lot of education materials, new education materials, new technology, innovation of new technologies on education front, on agriculture. Otherwise, our agriculture, to make it sustainable, to make it climate proof, that will be huge, huge challenge. Apart from negotiation, UNFCCC negotiation. Negotiation is a, say, horny task, is a tenacious job. And that job also will go to our younger generations. You know, Ambassador Rahul, Rahul is not here now. Say Maurice Strong will not be here. But they were the mastermind. They were the creators of this process. But they have also going to fade out. So you have to take over. And that magnanimity, that knowledge endowments, that skill, that say farsightedness, you have to look at what will be the nature of this planet in 2040, 2050, 2060, 2070, even 2100. That way you have to look at. You have to shape the future of the mankind, a climate-proof, nature-based solutions we need to explore, we need to innovate, we need to invest, we need to ship on out fossil fuel subsidies, pump in that to renewable energies, to climate smart, nature positive solutions, innovations, research, technologies, education, R&Ds, and also invest in our youths, invest in our women, because they are the key players in agriculture, in our nutrition system, in our food system. But they have been ignored so far because of, say, market mechanism, because of distortion in, say, market mechanism. But we have also non-market mechanism. How best we can make those robust under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. It's a market mechanism, not market mechanism. How to make it more smart one, more robust one, more competitive one, more free and fair one, so that Asia, Africa, Latin America, Pacific, Caribbean states, people who are on the hook of adverse impacts of climate change, on agriculture, who are, say, facing day in and day out, say, hurricanes, cyclones, tornadoes, droughts, inundation, floods, mountain iceberg is melting. So risk is now we have to factor in, and for that we need to factor in our youths or women force, and for that we need to invest in them. And because in climate change negotiation, in biodiversity negotiation, say nature-based solutions, biodiversity degradation has to be halted. Fossil fuel phase out should be ensured as fast as we can do it. We have to do it. We must do it. Our leaders, we have to force them to do it and act fast, because as IPCC AR6 report was quite loud and clear, that the soft limit of adaptation, climate adaptation in agriculture sector, in waters, in, say, livelihood securities, in, say, health securities, in even energy securities are quite fast. All soft limits we have covered. Now even hard limits are approaching fast because we have already crossed 1.1 degree temperature rise. Only 4.4 is remaining, and that we will reach by 2030. Even before that, the way we are not cutting back our emissions, we are not belt tightening. We need to belt tightening acts right now, right here, right in every country. Even say US, who has say had enacted new law, but that is the first step, welcome step, but that is necessary but not sufficient condition for generating our youth to unfold agriculture agenda on climate front, on agriculture front, on biodiversity front, on desertification front, land degradation front, because these are all interlinked. These are all dependent on our acts, our actions, our negotiations. Whatever we do in SDG process, sustainable development negotiations, or climate change negotiation, or biodiversity negotiations, or desertification negotiations, or say air quality negotiations, Rotterdam Convention, Basel Convention, Montreal Protocol, even say Kyoto mechanisms, or Paris Agreement, or even disaster management. DRR front, we need to act fast. We are not investing trillions of dollars, but there are trillions of dollar gaps on climate adaptation front, on agriculture front in Asia, Africa, Latin American, Caribbean, and Pacific countries. So we need to ensure that public finance, that grant money, to ensure that, and youth force, we have to count on them. We have to believe in them. Because that is the power who can be change makers.
Thank you very much indeed. We are more than delighted to have you. I mean, I allowed you to speak for 20 minutes because we have a lot to share. You have a lot to share, and this is a unique opportunity for us as young people to get what you've been doing for several years. And we want to say that we have taken key messages from you. From my end, one of the key messages I heard is that there's investment, government should invest in young people, because you seated there, you drafted all these conventions, and now you are aging out. You need people to take the baton and implement that. And the young people and women are the implementators. The next thing you said was that, which actually ties to CSAYN, was that agriculture was never in all of these conventions. But now in the Glasgow Compact, actually it came out strongly. And in Egypt, there's going to be a whole day for food or agriculture, which means that you guys have been doing a lot of work, and you understood that agriculture, as I always say, is the only sector that employs everybody, no matter your background. It's an entire value chain. If you did science, if you're a medical doctor, you can look at food and nutrition security. If you did carpentry, you can be building the poultry farms. If you did electrical engineering, you can be trying to electrify this agri-food system, this enterprise, this agri-business. If you did law, you can become a law and agro-law expert, all the legal aspects. If you did accounting, you manage the resources, So everything boils down into food. Adesina said, Nigeria has a lot of oil. Nobody drinks oil or eats oil, but people must eat food. So let's focus much more on producing sustainably. Let's focus much more on transforming, adding value to the food systems. And with this, I want to thank you, sir. I want to really thank you for your patience. Thank you for being there for us. And we are there to tell you that we are committing ourselves on behalf of the African youth. You saw the youth envoy here. She made her statement very, very clear. So it's to say that we are really, really passionate to have people like you. With this, I want to move to the next speaker. Because we are running out of time. You have Suzanne, you have Dusan from Europe, Serbia. Yeah, Dushan, sorry.
Yes.
Apologies.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So please, yeah, because I did it intentionally to give our daddy much time because of his experience to share with us for the next generation. So I'll really be grateful if the upcoming speakers, you stick to 4 minutes, maximum 4 minutes, please give the essentials because of time. We still have a long list. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Dusan Jakovljević, and I want to present Yes Europe Serbia, where Yes stands for Young Leaders in Energy Sustainability. Yes Europe is an organization that provides a platform for the development of both national and international initiatives for the development of European sustainable energy projects. Yes gives young people opportunity to be part of transition to a greener tomorrow. Main goal is to speed up transition period by spreading knowledge and creating support for creativity and desire in solving energy issues. We want a world where energy is more sustainable, accessible, and secure, and this is our vision of the future. By creating and connecting a network of people who can locally contribute to their region, it also creates an even larger
Yeah, we have lost you, sir. We have lost you. Dusan, we have lost you, eh? Ele Dusan, we have lost you.
Divan, I think Dushan's connection is completely gone.
Go to the next.
Yes, he doesn't appear in the meeting room right now, so I would suggest to move directly to the next speaker, and once Dushan reconnects, we can switch back to him.
Yeah, who is there? Who is the next person?
The next person is, just a second.
I'm sorry, did you hear me?
Yes, Dushan, we completely lost your connection. So if you can maybe start sharing the presentation again and start from the first slide, please. Thank you.
From the first slide. Okay.
The connection was completely lost. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
My name is Dusan, and okay, this is Yes Europe, Young Leaders in Energy and Sustainability. Why? What is Yes? Yes is an organization that provides a platform for, do you see presentation? No?
Yes, we do, Dushan, yes.
Okay. It provides the platform for develop both national and international initiatives for the development of European sustainable energy projects. Main goal is to speed up transition period between our current state and the future greener tomorrow. We want a world where energy is more sustainable, accessible, and secure, and this is our vision of the future. Next slide. Yes, Europe is divided into teams. Our local teams that are responsible for people in their country to for support brainstorming, development, and implementation of new ideas at the local level. And the board, they are consist from teams that are responsible for smooth operation of organization. There are people that are responsible for policy, for next one. Yes, Europe was created not so long ago. It happened in 2016 through the EPLF initiative of University of Lausanne in Switzerland. At that time was only 50 members in 9 countries, but right now it has more than 4,000 members in more than 15 European countries. But it's not the finishing goal of us. We want to expand so that our ideas can be without any borders in Europe, so they can travel freely. How we do it? We develop content and share knowledge to learn about energy and sustainability. Second, we provide space to develop people's professional and leadership skills. And at the end, we made platform to connect people who are willing to participate in initiative of creating new projects. We do all this through podcasts in which we talk with experts about new developments in the field of energy, by publishing reports and publications that allow people to become better acquainted with new researches. Energy Consortium, a place where discussion of relevant topics and where all members are invited to share their thoughts, views, and ideas. And at the end, with various webinars where you can gain basic knowledge about things that interest you. Finally, Europe, in February of this year, a new chapter of Yes Europe was opened in Serbia. We started with only 3 members, and now 6 months later, we have more than 40 young people from different professions from all over Serbia. Until now, our activity was based on the expansion of organization and online gatherings. There we met and shared ideas about what the accent of our organization in Serbia could be. I personally met a lot of people, quality people from different fields who taught me a lot. In October, we are planning the first official offline meeting where we will introduce ourselves to each other and continue what we have been doing online so far. Only, I hope so, faster, better, and stronger. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, but I understand there are not time for that. So I will just, if you want, I would invite you to look at our website and social media where you can get to know us and what we do in more details.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, my brother. We are very, very happy to have you. And we have your contacts, your presentation, of course. You should be able to share with us so that we will share with participants. I think Jenna will be able to type her email on the chat box. So next person, I'm going to introduce Nelly. Nelly, actually, it's a very, very good friend of ours. She works for the Bayer Foundation or Bayer organization. She will better introduce herself. Yeah, Nelly, if you are there, you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much, Divine. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, very well, loud and clear.
Excellent. So thank you so much. And thank you for the kind introduction and to the Global Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network. In fact, for all of your efforts and dedication that you bring forward to include young people in agriculture, that is actually essential. So you said what my name is, and you can see it on the screen. I'm globally responsible not for the Bayer Foundation, but for Bayer Crop Sciences, next generation of agricultural leaders engagement. And I'm also president of Engine, the Next Gen Ag Impact Network, a young global multi-stakeholder platform that pursues the objective of increasing attractivity, so the ecological, economic, and social attractiveness of agriculture for future generations. Engine works with youth and for youth, and GCSAYN is actually one of our founding members. So thank you so much for that. Yeah. We love to see that cross-pollination, and we firmly believe that together we are stronger, because we are facing big challenges, and feeding a growing population without depleting our planet is one of the biggest ones of them. And that is even made worse by climate change, biodiversity loss, deforestation, and water scarcity. And agriculture depends on natural resources, as well as it at the same time has huge potential to contribute, for example, to carbon sequestration and building healthy soils, to name just one. But it also needs to become part of the solution towards climate change. Agriculture must put forward innovation that positively impacts the system transformation to mitigate and stop climate change. Bayer contributes to feeding the world, and we commit to sustainably transforming agriculture to be part of the solutions towards the UN SDGs. For us, sustainability is business. So we are working through research, development, and innovation, as well as through partnerships to transform today's agricultural systems and turn to more sustainable farming. This means adopting innovation and new practices that yield better harvests with less water, land, energy, and a lower climate footprint. And we put farmers at the center of everything we do. We innovate with them and other relevant partners through the value chain and public stakeholders. So why do we also care deeply about young people and initiate a global platform, specifically Engine, where each of the involved partners and youth have an equal say? Well, the numbers speak for themselves. Today, 50% of the world's population is aged 30 or under, and young people are not well represented. This becomes acutely evident when you have a look at the global average age of a politician, which is of 62 years of age, or the global average age of a farmer, which is of 60 years of age. So as the world population rises, the planet and the natural resources we all depend on are put under enormous stress, and food demand is expected to rise by 50% by 2050. 70% of the world's population will then be living in urban areas. And due to lack of opportunities, including access to land, innovation and technology, markets, jobs, networks, education, financial support, young people leave rural areas and come to urban centers to look for reliable income, understandably so. But the food still needs to be produced, harvested, and reach its final destination, our plates. To get ahead of these challenges, we need to work together across generations, across sectors, across regions. And those who are young today must be included and heard in decision-making processes that are defining how we all live, produce, eat, and thrive in the future. Young people, you have a lot of ideas, and the world needs really smart ideas to solve the challenges. You're full of energy, optimism, and commitment. You're aware of the challenges, and you set out to solving them. And we are right here to support you. That's why Bayer invests in youth and ag, and that's why so many organizations, including GCSAYN, have formed Engine. Together, we can positively impact the transformation and deliver solutions that boost food production while dramatically reducing the climate and environmental impact of food production on our planet. I am wishing you the most successful COP27. Focus on what matters most to you. Network like there's no tomorrow, and speak up, please do. The world needs to hear young voices. Let's work together. That would be it from my end.
I knew very well that you were going to be very strong. I knew very well. But what you forgot to say was that Engine is actually being formed by 17 coalition members, which actually represent the 17 SDGs. You said, yeah, of course, there's 17 SDGs, which means that each coalition member should be able to achieve one of the SDGs. You forgot mentioning that.
We set out for the big goals. Yeah, with 17 of us, 17 goals, 17 partners, one overall aim: enable youth.
Perfect. So you made it clear and loud that young people need a space, or politicians are not. Are not getting them involved. But I think equally, and we have to actually add the value. That's why Engine is created, and Engine is giving a space for everyone to be able to share his viewpoints. And for this reason, honestly speaking, I've never ever heard that you actually invite a special envoy within 48 hours and she's available. So I think Chido is actually, we need to actually recommend her as the next president for the entire world because she has proven her worth. Within 48 hours on email, she was able to make it almost for 3 hours on this meeting. So I think that is what we call thought leadership. And we have to really make sure that all young people get inspired by this method and get things happening. With this, I want to introduce Lily. Lily is our, we call her at CSYN, the beautiful lady that has actually decided to go and beautify agriculture. Lily is very, very beautiful, very, very hardworking. She's one of the Mandela Fellowship, Washington Fellowship fellows. She just came back and she was spotlighted in the US while she was there. Lily, please, I will give you 3 minutes because if I give you 4 minutes, it will take 7. So I'm giving you 3 minutes, Lily. Just tell us.
Thank you so much, Divine.
Hi,
everyone.
To see you.
I'm happy to be here.
We want to
Divine,
see you.
You won't be able to see me. I'm in the field. You won't be able to see
Okay.
me, but I'll send you pictures here.
Okay,
Thank you.
carry on. Yes.
Yes, I'll go on. So for me, I'll just go directly to what we are doing right now. So I'm in Zambia and we are running a Voices for Just Climate Action project, which is focusing on amplifying community voices. And these community voices mostly are the young people, the marginalized communities, as well as the elderly. So what we have been doing is promoting locally led solutions. So we have come up with a rocket stove that is replacing charcoal use. We've also come up with dryers that are drying crops so that they can be given a longer shelf life. We've also come up with the Children's Parliament, which is working in many schools, and we have children coming to speak before a member of parliament and tell them what experiences they are facing in their communities that concerns climate change. And you'll be amazed that when you hear that these young people are really, really, really feeling it and they know what they want, because they'll tell you to say, I've seen my parent cooking on a brazier for a long time and now they are suffering from migraine headaches. Why is this so? They will be telling the minister, like, what we want to see now is that you give us alternatives to clean cooking energy. So this is where we are. We are making sure that young people's voices are put on a space because we want everyone to hear them so that through them, when they use their voice to speak, we'll all move at the same pace because the future belongs to them. We're already grown. I'm no longer a young person, Divine now. We've all grown. So I think it's nice that we help them come on board and we create their voices and let their voices be heard. I think that's the only way we're going to fight climate change. Thank you. I hope my 3 minutes is done.
Lily, thank you very much. I knew that. I mean, I've seen the difference when you go to the US to change. So at least you have been able to stick to the 3 minutes. Thank you very much. And we want to thank you for all you've been doing for CSYN. And really, right now, the SADC zone is actually one of our priorities, as you can see. So we are really counting on you to scale up this outcome of this meeting. Thank you very much indeed. I don't know who is the next person. Jenna, my phone is down. I cannot even use my WhatsApp. Who is the next person, Jenna?
So next speaker is Lufingo.
Yeah.
Lufingo, I don't know if you're online, but it's great to see you again. Lufingo is my ex-colleague. It's lovely to see you. Hope you're doing well. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, Yana. It's good to see so many familiar faces. Divine, thank you very much for the invitation. Good morning, good afternoon. I'd like to acknowledge the colleagues that are present here. This is a great initiative. I'm Lufingo Momakamba. I'm with the Emerging Ag as the stakeholder manager, engagement manager. And it's great to join you on this great launch of this great initiative. As previously highlighted by the previous speakers, it is exciting to see multiple ways in which the engagement of youth is enriching institutions and processes, drawing down on lessons and on how their representation and engagement can be significantly enhanced. As we gear up for COP27, I would like to see higher levels of commitment to help especially the vulnerable groups. And I think that's something that clearly came out in the different discussions, and also Divine alluded to some of these as we were discussing. COP26 provided a number of building blocks for future action, such as the climate emergencies, accelerating action, and delivering on climate finance and stepping up to support adaptation. But if we end up looking at the sentiments from my colleagues and also building upon what in the morning Martin Freak shared, climate change coupled with feeding this growing population is one of the most daunting challenges that we are facing. And if not addressed, all our efforts to date will be reversed. We have no other choice but to act on this imperative. And with COP27, we should set quantifiable targets for climate adaptation, parallel to like the targets we have on net zero greenhouse gas emissions set for the same year, 2030. So as we look forward to COP27, I mean, there are some great opportunities that we can look out for. And if we look at the numbers of young people, this in itself is a great opportunity. And to any blossoming economy, this is gold. A strong workforce and unique perspective to promote innovation. So we should look at ways in capitalizing on the youth entrepreneurial talents and getting the opportunity to voice out our policy positions and concern. There are a couple examples that I think we are already in and pushing as youth and contributing as youth. For example, with the outfit that I'm with, Emerging Ag, we coordinate the International Agri-Food Network, an informal coalition of international trade associations involved in agri-food sector at the global level. And the network facilitates liaison among member organizations and engages organizations in agri-food chain at the global level. The same outfit, IFN, also coordinates the private sector mechanism at the Committee on Food Security, which is the private sector liaison to CFS. In addition, what IFN and FAO right now have launched is a pilot accelerator mentorship program to support women entrepreneurs in addressing some of the key challenges and constraints they face. So with that, I want to say kudos to you, Divine, and Dunya, for running this great initiative. We've known each other for quite some time, Divine, and you've come a long way, and you're pushing a great global initiative. And I'm very happy and proud to accompany you in this process, especially with the launch of this new network initiative and the virtual CSA University that you mentioned this morning. Great job, well done. You can
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You can see that the global youth movement has grown and it's growing. The momentum is there. None of this is easy, will come easy. And indeed, there are no silver bullets. The road ahead is there, and we need to keep on pushing. These are great initiatives that will only thrive if we provide that right environment and support this environment. As our part, just want to share, I know YPAD had early on shared how you can engage in COP processes, and we see a lot of that engagement in the processes. I just want to share just 4 key points over there, Divine, if you allow me. At COP, let us try to explore how best can we catalyze and support strategic and structured partner engagements and efforts with the different partners that are present. Let's take advantage of that and see how best we can work closely with the youth. Let's also take in inclusivity and try to strengthen the capacity of forward-looking and inclusive, especially evidence-based local adaptation planning efforts. Let's look at testing innovative communication strategies. I was intrigued to see some of the communication strategies that were being shared to reach out more youth and with more needed information on some of these exciting options and opportunities. Let's look at investing in action initiatives that are testing new farming practices and adding value to these activities, so we get to learn together on what works best. And lastly, how best can we also further mobilize investments and create that impact of investments. So my brother Divine, I really thank you. Well done. Kudos to this great initiative that you're pushing. You made us proud. You continue making us proud. This is one step forward. I join the rest in saying, let's support the CSLYN. Let's support this initiative that is being launched, creating this awareness, presenting the platform for the youth to engage among and within themselves and to motivate them. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother Lifongo. I think we met at DAXA, as Jenna earlier said. I think we are actually just moving from one level to the other. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. With this, I'm going to introduce Jay. It's Joseph actually. Jay is our hub coordinator for the entire Caribbean. He's coordinating the 13 Caribbean countries for CSAYN. So Jay, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, my brother. Good morning, my brother. And Jay, I have to say this, Jay is a former pilot. And now he's actually doing a lot of business in different areas, different front lines. So Jay, please carry on. You have the floor.
Well, you know, the funny thing is you mentioned that because I'm actually not a farmer.
You're not a farmer, yeah.
Yeah. I'm a business developer, but I'm not a farmer. But I'll give you a little history within my 4 minutes. Yes. Just before COVID came about in the Caribbean, I read an article written by Dr. Justin Ram from used to be at the Caribbean Development Bank, and he mentioned that the Caribbean would become the poorest region in the world by 2050. And I did some research and I realized, you know what happens? We've turned so much to tourism that we've forgotten agriculture. And of course, when the tourist comes by, you've got to feed them. So I started to focus on agriculture. And then because I have a tourism and hotel background, I then asked the region to focus on agritourism. So we're doing a lot now with trying to build agritourism in the region. Are you with me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well, loud and clear. Carry on.
Okay, so that was part of it. And then the other thing is, and most all the speakers that you have on this morning mentioned that there is that need for creating an environment or a platform for the youth. Because a lot of our farmers, you know, they reach that age where they want to retire. Some of them are not into technology. Some of them tell you they just want to produce and continue. Now, you may not know this, but in the Caribbean region, and that is the CARICOM region, we import $8 billion of food. Out of that, we are only exporting maybe about 4%. So the emphasis behind Caribbean Farmers Without Borders is basically that we brought farmers from all the different islands in the Caribbean, including the Bahamas, and we decided let's work together, let's integrate, let's learn, let's teach one another, and let's look at instead of importing, but growing enough locally, but also to be able to export. So that is the thing. Now, one of your speakers mentioned about food wastage. That is something that I'm also looking into because in the Caribbean, we waste a lot of mangoes. We don't put mangoes to use. They just go to waste. So we are looking at different ways to sort of harvest whatever mangoes we have and use them in different manners, which could include and increase our value chain. We are now talking to our different agriculture departments in the region to start exporting to the United States and Canada. But basically, when it comes to the youth, I have been talking to a number of education administrators in the region about improving the involvement of young people in agriculture. Now, I know lots of them will tell you it's dirty work and what have you, but nothing comes easy. So I'm talking to universities in Antigua, I'm talking to colleges here in St. Lucia, I'm talking to colleges in Barbados. We're trying to get them to create a greater emphasis on teaching the youth agriculture, and also not only agriculture, but how to get into business, how to monetize what they already know. Because we can't all have doctors, lawyers, etc., etc. We need to have food, and the only way we can have food is to have farmers. So that is the basic goal that we have as an organization, and we're willing to grow. We are willing to involve every part of the world, including Africa, in whatever we're doing. There is a movement now where we're trying to have direct flights from the Caribbean to Africa, which is going to help a lot with our export and import. So there are different things that we're looking at. But I'm very, very happy to have been invited to this forum, and I really want us to work together to sort of build that integration, that agricultural integration, not only within the Caribbean, but within the world, including Africa. That is basically my take.
Thank you very much, Dave. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, we are very proud to have you. A pilot, I'm sure that all CSAYM members will be pilots. Yes, because we are creating the academy, the Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network Exchange Program. We shall make sure you are one of the trainers. You have to train them on skill sets. That's what we want to see. Let's try to.
That is so true. That is so
let's
true.
try to pilot the food. Let's try to pilot the broken food system from one country to the other, from one continent to the other, and from one region to the other. Thank you very much indeed. And we're going to catch up. So I'm going to give the floor. I'm going to give the floor to Christian. Christian is my very good friend. When I was, I think, before Christian joined PARA, which is a Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, he was working for CTA in the Netherlands as a KM, that's the Knowledge Management Department. And the reason being that I was a consultant at FARA. So when I finished my consultancy, then he came to FARA. So we're very good friends. We did a lot of work together. So Christian, from Mauritius, I know you have a lot of things to share. With FAO, you are working now and other institutions, please. I'll give you 3 minutes, because we have to make sure that we'll give some space for some practical farmers to give their experiences. So Benis, be ready. We shall give you the floor to share what you are doing. Be ready later on. So,
okay, sir.
Christian, you have the floor, Christian. Christian? Is Christian there? Jenna, is Christian there? Hello, Jenna.
No, I cannot see him online. So
Okay,
I would suggest if now we can maybe move to the video of Taylor. So I will be playing now the video of Taylor Quinn, who's the founder of Tailored Food. So just give me a few minutes, please, and I will share the video. Thank you.
Yeah, and I need to add that Taylor is actually a consultant at WFP in Rome. The Taylor Food Program actually runs across West and Central Africa, and he's the one at the global level coordinating that. He's sitting in Rome. Yeah,
fantastic.
And Taylor is equally one of our supporters for CSAYN. Yeah, so I'm really grateful for that. Yeah.
Thank you.
And colleagues, nobody should leave because we shall read the declaration for this meeting at the closing. Colleagues are drafting the declaration, the key messages and the takeaways.
Hi, I'm Taylor Quinn. I founded Tailored Food and have been working on growing this movement around nutritious, low-cost food for everyone everywhere since 2016. When I'm not working on Tailored Food, you can find me running or walking or hiking or sometimes crawling in ultra-marathon races and through my own solo adventures in mountains, wherever I am in the world. And why Tailored Food exists. So back in 2015, I was living in Liberia during the second half of the Ebola outbreak, and I was supposed to be working on an unrelated charity project, but 6 months into living in Liberia, I met with a doctor at the hospital hardest hit by Ebola, Dr. Jude. And Dr. Jude explained to me, he said, Taylor, look, I feed kids suffering from malnutrition every day. I feed kids plumpy nut and milk powders, all these nutritious, super nutritious products that were donated to his hospital by UNICEF or the Red Cross or other nonprofits. But there was no advice Dr. Jude could give to moms. because nutritious low-cost food was not available in local markets, and therefore kids were getting malnourished and coming to see him. But none of the nonprofits, he explained to me, were working on the root cause of why kids were getting malnourished. So he said, look, I see the same kids 3, 4, 5 times suffering from severe acute malnutrition. And then a mom or a grandmother raising a child, they'll give up. They see that there's no long-term solution to their child's malnutrition. Their child will be in a systematic cycle of malnutrition. So since that day, March 23rd, 2016, I have been obsessed with the question of, can you design and take to market food products that are super healthy, delicious, but most importantly, affordable to low-cost consumers, affordable to the types of moms that were coming to Dr. Jude's hospital. And now we've built a team. We work with incredible entrepreneurs who are in the weeds, doing this work, the hard work day to day. And we hope you'll join us at Tailored Food. Thank you.
Over to you, Davies.
Yes, sorry. The network was disturbing a little bit. So how are you doing? Thanks very much for this, Jenna. So the next person is who, Jenna? Jenna, who is the next person?
Yes, just a second, Divine. So the next speaker should be Miss or Mr. Sorry, Yugaratna Srivastava, a policy officer, environmental affairs, major group for children and youth, and planned for the planet.
That is Ukraine. Is she there? Ukraine is there? Is she there?
I cannot. Someone is. No, I cannot see.
Okay, who's the next person?
Miss Julia Forja.
Yes. Julia, are you there?
I cannot see Julia online.
Let's go. That's good. It helps us. Who's the next person?
So after that, there should be the closing remarks by Mr. Shanar and
I think good. I think we shall give the floor now to the farmer. Let's give the floor, because we cannot be talking about agriculture, about farming, then the farmer themselves, they don't talk. So with this, I'm going to invite Benis. Benis, are you there? Oh, no, Rael is there, Rael is there, Rael is there, Rael is back. Rael is here. Rael, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, we're looking for you. I had to send an email to Washington so that they should get you back here on board. So Rael, Rael actually is actually she's calling from the US, I'm very sure. And then she's part of the Tetra Tech, which is actually the firm that is supporting the US government to implement the climate strategy 2022-2026, if I'm not mistaken, because CSAYN actually contributed last year to that strategy. So Rael, I need to say equally that CSAYN is the only young youth organization that is sitting on the subcommittee of the climate change, on the climate change subcommittee for BFAD. And BFAD stands for the Board of International Food and Agricultural Development. Am I right, Rael?
Yes, that's correct. I will say that the whole, it's the Board for International Food and Agriculture Development.
Perfect. So you have the floor. I'm asking you now.
Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you for having me and giving the opportunity to speak at this event. My name is Rahel Diro. I'm an associate at Tetra Tech. And I also work as an advisor to the climate change subcommittee that BIFAD recently established. So maybe to give you a little bit of background, the Board for International Food and Agriculture Development, BIFAD, is a presidentially appointed 7-member advisory board to the US established in 1975 under the Foreign Assistance Act. And the purpose of the board is to ensure that USAID brings the assets of US universities to bear on the development challenges in agriculture and food security, and to support representation in USAID programming. And BIFAD has a convening power within, like, by US university and research communities, as well as international partners. You know, given the current climate crisis that we are in, and recognizing the urgency of the issue, and also to support USAID priority, they recently launched the Climate Change Subcommittee. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm working as an advisor to the subcommittee. And the goal of the subcommittee is providing recommendation to accelerate system change to achieve transformative climate change adaptation and mitigation outcomes in agriculture, food systems, and nutrition. And within these goals, or these broader goals, the subcommittee is also commissioning a study on systemic solutions for climate change adaptation and mitigation in agriculture, nutrition, and food systems. And there are three main objectives of the study. One is estimating realistic targets and intermediate results to guide USAID program design for the agriculture, food, and nutrition sectors. And the other objective is to identify priority leverage points for transformative systemic change and scaling climate finance to achieve their targets and intermediate results for this sector. And finally, the third objective is to prioritize areas for USAID action in the sector and recommend interventions. So within the subcommittee, we have a youth representative, Chinanie, which I would imagine you are familiar with her and her work. And through her, we are trying to bring in the voice from the youth. Basically, the youth voice is represented in the subcommittee. It shows how a BIFAD is and the USAID takes youth very seriously, and they see youth as part of the solution. I will stop here, and maybe if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them to the extent that I can. Or if I can't answer them, I will consult with my colleagues and get back to you offline. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rael. Thank you very much. Thank you. Apologies for that. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful to that you were able to make it, though your busy schedule. But I want to say that we appreciate for selecting CSAYN, for nominating CSAYN to sit on your board of subcommittee. And please, colleagues, we shall work together on this process. It's a very, very lengthy process and very interesting, much more policy making. So with this, I'm going to introduce Jenna. Was there somebody who had to speak and didn't speak before I go to the farmer? I think Lelena, are you there? Lelena, are you there? Hello.
Yes, Lelena, she's online, but her microphone is muted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Where's your video? Where's your video? Are you on?
Yes.
Perfect. So you're gonna be reading the declaration of this meeting. We shall send it to you. You send your WhatsApp. I'll give you my WhatsApp on the chat box is there. And then you send me your WhatsApp. We shall share the declaration with you. Okay?
Okay.
You're gonna read the declaration of this meeting at the end. Does it make sense?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. So just send I have my WhatsApp down the chat box. You can send me a WhatsApp message and then we shall send you stuff on email or WhatsApp. Now, let's introduce the farmer. The farmer is Mr. Benis. Mr. Benis is from Bamenda. I don't know where he's from, Kumbo or from Lamso, but I think he's going to give his perspective of what he's doing. He's really doing a lot. So Benis.
Yes, my mic was mute.
Okay, your mouth was muted, not mute. Okay, that's why we are setting up the virtual university for English language. All right.
Okay.
So now you have 2 minutes to share with us what you are doing. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. You have listened to the speakers. You have listened to the dynamics of where young people are going. So tell us what you are doing in 2 minutes. Introduce yourself, and then carry on. 2 minutes. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Kim Benis.
Shout.
I am Kim Benis from Cameroon, precisely from Yaoundé, and I am into agriculture, precisely poultry farming, where I started with, first of all, broilers, and I am in the process of going into snail and rabbit farming. Why snail, rabbit, and broilers? You know, nowadays doctors are advising us to stop the consumption of red meat because it is disadvantageous to our health. So I thought it wise to go in for the production of this white meat. Poultry products are white. They are white meat. Rabbit and snails, they are white meat. So for now, I am into poultry, which is broilers, and I have some youth who are willing to join. I'm still putting on things together for them to join me in the business because I'm still trying to acquire a bigger land where me and them can have something of a large scale. So my objective now, the project at hand now is to acquire a bigger plot of land where I can establish this business in a large scale and involve things like layers two into the business. Layers is for the production of eggs. So that is my project, and to put in place fishing, snail farming, and rabbit, as I said. So it is what I am planning, and it is my project now. I am planning to set it now. And what will help my people is many of my colleagues, my friends, let me say my friends, are now most of the IDPs from the Southwest and Northwest that are doing nothing here. So I am trying to put things together so that I can open something bigger and then employ them so that we can work together. And that will help to employ them and reduce the rate of unemployment around us. So that is what is helping me now. And I pray that with time, everything will be okay. Though financial difficulties are my setbacks now, but I know with time, everything will be okay, sir. Everything will be okay with time. Okay,
thank you very
sir.
much. Thank you very much indeed. Rael, hi, Lala, have you sent me the WhatsApp? Have you sent me the WhatsApp?
I can't find the number.
Okay, just press, give me your number, give your number on the chat, give your number to me personally. Yeah, give the number, then I'll be able to get to you. Now, let me introduce Cindy. Cindy is a little girl who is doing a lot in her domain. Cindy, please tell us in 1 minute what you've been able to do, why you decide to get into agriculture, and what is your key message to the other young people and women especially. Cindy, carry on. Cindy, are you there? She's not there. All right, Cindy is not there. Jenna,
Cindy is muted. Maybe Cindy, try
Cindy,
to
unmute.
switch. Cindy, try to switch off the video and unmute yourself because I can see the connection is not very good. Thank you.
Cindy. Copy this number. You have it now from there. You can see from there. Send her WhatsApp. Then you take down detection. Cindy, are you there? Okay, I think with that, if she's not available, we can move on. Jenna, she's muted. Can you unmute her, Jenna? Can you unmute her from your end?
Sir, I'm available.
Okay, you wanted to lose the opportunity. You wanted to lose the opportunity. We are taking you somewhere you want to stay behind. Now, Cindy, tell us. Cindy, I think how old are you? 21 or how many? Cindy, how old are you? Cindy?
I'm 20.
20. Cindy is 20 years old, but she was the overall best in Cameroon in her domain. So please tell us in 1 minute why you get into what you got to agriculture, and then what message, key message are you giving to other young people and young girls? Because you're gonna be an ambassador of change, a change maker. Carry on. You have 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes, like because of the crisis going on in our society, there is food, and there's also lack of safety. With the climate change, also because agriculture is every society. Without agriculture, there's no society. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Cindy. Now I'm giving the floor to another young person, Mr. Gerard. Are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
No, speak audibly. You're not a minister. Why are you talking the type of voice? Now, give us in 1 minute what you are doing. 1 minute. Straight to the point.
I'm actually into pig farming. I discovered that there's a possibility of generating organic manure in the cultivation of maize. So I go into pig farming because the dump we get from the pigs can help as a good manure, a good fertilizer, organic fertilizer for the growing of so many crops. It has been tested, and I believe it's one of the good fertilizers, organic fertilizers we can use. So I'm going into pig farming so as to sensitize others to do same, so we can make good use of these organic manures. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. I think, Jenna, while we are finishing the declaration, you have the number that Lila sent. You can send out the declaration. I'll be proofreading. Now, I would prefer that everybody who's on this call sacrifice system, let me just say like 1 minute. Madam Nasha Karasa Mpala, can you tell us in 1 minute, maybe your key message, one key message? You introduce yourself, where you're calling from, and one key message.
You caught me unaware there, Mr. Divine. I wasn't prepared.
No, just one key message. It's not a presentation. It's a key message.
All right. Okay, I would like to say this is a very good initiative. It's very informative, and actually we'll push this through so that young people can actually be involved in this aspect of smart agriculture, such that there can be sustainability in the environment. And also young people can also be recognized as future leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now I'm giving the floor to Mr. Yaya. Mr. Yaya Dodoma.
Yes, thank you, Brian.
Be audible, sir.
Yes, Mr. Divine, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm called Yaya Dodoma. Actually, the AFCST lead and research analyst in terms of infrastructure, climate change, and food security in sub-Saharan Africa. So, in terms of the children and youth in climate smart agriculture, what I will actually say is that there should be some sort of like a replication of what is actually doing elsewhere in terms of agriculture to countries or maybe regions where they actually performing very, very well, and replicating them into Africa, and then teaching children, young children and youths in the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Yaya. And you didn't tell us where you're studying. What are you doing? What's your background? Why are you talking grammar?
Okay, sorry for that. I'm a PhD candidate at the Pan-African University, focusing on infrastructure, climate variability, and food security in the sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have Trecia Kerr. Trecia Kerr, can you give us 1 minute your key message? Trecia Kerr, you tell us where you're calling from. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from New York State in the United States, and I'm very interested in global food security and these issues across the world with hunger and climate change. I do think agriculture is one of the main solutions, and I think that the youth that we have here today are really inspiring and are going to be leading the change into the future. I'm really interested in connecting and working with different organizations that are working on this issue, and I've been working with some colleagues from PHC, Primary Healthcare Initiative Africa, to look at supporting the smallholder farmer and internally displaced people in informal camps across the Sahel. So I'm just here to listen and learn and be inspired by all of you, and definitely made some interesting connections here today that I'm going to be following up on. Thank you for the opportunity.
Perfect. Thank you very much indeed for being here, Kerry. And we want to say we are really welcome. We're setting up our virtual university. We are launching it this year, and we want to welcome you as well to endorse that and perhaps engage with us so that we can get universities over there involved. Thank you very much. Let me move to the next person. Everybody must say something here. It's not prison. Everyone must talk. Jessica Mola, give us in 1 minute your key message.
Good afternoon. A key message that I'd like to talk on is I hope that we can engage more youth to act as advocates to insurance companies, that they include agri-business entrepreneurs in Africa, because a lot of insurance companies don't actually cover agri-entrepreneurs. And then as young people, we also need to ensure that beyond 2030, we continue because the African Union Agenda 2063 is also aligned with the SDG 2030, and we continue to fight for zero hunger and get Africa to feed itself. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Now, the next person, I'll give the floor to Esther Atera. Esther, tell us where you're calling from, the organization represents. Yes, in 1 minute, tell us, give us your key message in 1 minute. Esther, you're muted. Trecia, you didn't tell us where you're calling from. You said New York, but we don't know. New York is not an organization. So what's your name of organization?
I'm currently a county legislator in my local community, and I'm also a Quantic student going through my MBA program. And,
wow.
This is the focus of my interest, is trying to work on these global food challenges.
Perfect.
So I'm from Auburn, New York, which is near Syracuse.
Perfect. So please, I will give you my WhatsApp, or you can send your information. I need to connect with you, really, because we really need people like you, legislators like you, to change policy and enhance capacity building of young people. So with that, Jenna, I don't know what is the state of the draft, because it's good. While we are waiting, I'll give the floor to Monsieur Jean Macial. Monsieur Jean Macial, bonjour, bonsoir, et donnez votre observation par rapport à cette réunion. Donnez-nous un message clé.
Bonjour à tous.
Oui, on te voit. On te voit.
Bonjour à tous, merci de me passer le temps. En concernant d'apporter mon expertise d'environnementaliste dans le domaine de l'agriculture. Donc, il est important de jumeler le domaine agricole à celui de l'environnement parce que les deux vont ensemble et c'est ensemble que le développement durable se construit. Donc, c'est tout ce que j'ai à dire sur cette question. Allô?
Yes, hello. So, Divine, I think we can move to the closing remarks. I do not know who will be presenting it. I think you mentioned Lelena, if I'm not mistaken, that she will be reading it.
Yes, Lenana. She sent her number on there. She sent her number on the chat box. My phone is running down. So can you take the number there and then we add and send her to her on WhatsApp? Lenana, can you put your email? Can you put down your email?
Okay.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah. So while we are waiting for Lenana to come, I think I still have some colleagues here online. I have Kali. Is it Kalaya? Kalaya, where are you calling from? MD. Yes. In 1 minute, tell us. Give us.
Thanks a lot, Monsieur
Yes,
Davies.
give us in 1 minute. In 1 minute.
Monsieur Davies.
Allez-y.
Okay, thanks. Oui, thanks a lot, Monsieur Davies. I'm from Kenya.
Okay, carry on. Speak in English, yeah.
I'm working under Kabahak University. And I'm so passionate. I'm so passionate about this program because I also remember I did a master's thesis under the agri-business, under the youths and the agri-business here at Kenya. And I'm so passionate, and I'm looking forward to be an ambassador and to see more strategies on how we can collaborate with the UNEP and the UN offices here at Kenya. Thanks a lot, Monsieur Devin.
Yeah, thank you. I want to let you know that we are coming to Kenya for a very big project. So type your email and your number on the WhatsApp group on the chat box so that my colleagues can get it on. Yes. Now I'm giving the floor to Mr. Justice. Justice is a GAXA member. Justice is from Zimbabwe. Justice, I know you talk a lot, but just give us in 1 minute your takeaways. Justice, over to you. Justice, you are muted. Okay, Justice is not there. I move to the next person.
Hello.
Yes, Justice, carry on. Carry on.
Justice is my name. I'm a GAXA strategic member committee, and I'm also one of the founding members for GAXA. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Justice. Thank you very much. I think everybody needs to say something. Marinwell, tell us. I realize that you are you're actually into waste management and you're using the waste to produce pavements. Yes, so tell us in 1 minute what you are doing concretely.
Hello everyone, my name is Marino Ayok. I have a master's in environmental management and sustainable development, precisely international relations. Yes, I'm into waste management, and what I do is I go into nature and I pick up plastics that are present in our environment, and then I transform this into pavements, brick pavements we can use in constructions. And in the place of cement, I get to use plastics subjected to a certain amount of heat, and I blend with sand so that I can produce bricks. And these bricks, we can use it in paving our environment, our roads, instead of having cement. So that's what I do. Thank you.
Yeah, I need to underscore here that marine world, actually, if CSAYN is where it is today, during the food system summit process, they were at the forefront. They were the back office pushing this happen. Marine world, thank you very much for what you've done so far. Yes, I see someone. I see Menke Magdalene. Menke Magdalene, can you introduce yourself in 1 minute and tell us what you do in 1 minute? Okay, I think with that, we shall go now to the closing remarks. Jenna, we go to the closing remarks.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if I can present them myself, or if you wish to do them, Divine, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, I think I want the declaration to be read by that young lady, and then you can carry on the closing remarks. I think you should read the declaration. It's important.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, could someone please confirm that the email was sent with the declaration, or if Lelena has received it already?
I haven't received the email.
You're sending? Send. Don't type anything. Just send. You don't need to type how are you. Just send like that, Masa. Okay, John, I can continue. Why? Just like keeping things. I think Manuel is sending it. Have you sent? It's gone? Okay, Lena, can you confirm?
Yes, I have received it.
Perfect. While you are taking a proofreading about it, I want to say maybe 1 or 2 things before Jenna would introduce you to reading the declaration. But before that, I think we have very, very able person on the board here. Linda. Linda is actually she's actually leading this SIP program. SIP is a Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network Education Exchange Program. As I explained early on, I think, Linda, you have 1 minute. Explain to us what the SIP program is all about, while Laila is going through the declaration to make sure that she gets the wording all right. Carry on.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So climate, if I will be allowed to share my screen, so I'll just do it quickly.
Yes, yes, carry on, yes.
Okay. I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, it's loading. Carry on, okay. Yes, we can see it.
So the CSAYN Education Exchange Program, it's an exchange program that we are, an initiative that we are undertaken. We're going to enable youth with any background, no matter your background, to have the skill of climate smart practices. And with this is achievable through a partnership that we'll be developing with our member countries, the various institutions in our member countries. And then we will cover from primary, JSS, and secondary schools to the higher learning platforms. The basic schools and the higher schools will basically have fun clubs, which will be educating them on climate change, climate smart agriculture. And then teachers and students mobility will also be enhanced through the promotion, so that those who are lacking teachers in these fields and students as well will equally learn from each other. Our vision is to bring transformation to the global agricultural economies, to produce youth with relevant practical knowledge and skills in climate smart agriculture. And then our mission is to foster the growth of agricultural economies by creating awareness and sensitizing everybody, especially the youth, the backgrounds in the education in colleges and the universities, in the university level. Our overall objective is to provide that relevant skill that we want everybody to get, no matter your educational background, okay? And then we will be specific with building capacity in teachers in the climate smart practices. And then we'll train the youth in schools and higher institutions to learn the practices of agriculture so that they can also disseminate it in their various communities. The program providers will be the schools and colleges and institutions that are member countries who are members with that already. So these people will just carry out, will pilot with them and then add up whilst time goes on. Participants are also the students and teachers in these colleges and institutions. The language barriers have also been catered for because we are locating trainees who have the appropriate language so that people will not be misinformed, or they will get those trainings in their dialogue and their home languages. Okay. And then expected outcomes. We are expecting that our graduates will be aware of climate smart practices and the impact climate change is causing on us and the need for climate smart practices. We are expecting to have a cleaner and a more healthier environment with these practices. And we want to improve our agricultural economies, as I mentioned earlier, so that we can increase production, we can adapt well, and then we can mitigate climate change. We want to sensitize the community through our ambassadors. That we
Yes, Linda, I'll stop you here because we have 2 minutes left. So okay. I'll stop you here. What we'll do is that when we are done with the document, we shall share with all the participants. So Leila, are you ready? Leila, yes. Are you ready? So you have I know there are 75 pages. You have 3 minutes to read those 75 pages. Show us how you are a tough leader, okay? You have 3 minutes to read it.
I only have 1 paper.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to tell you that we need to run very fast, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. So take the 2 minutes and read the paper. I know you can do that.
The CYA Declaration. Number 1, evidence of global food insecurity, need of youth involvement in the fight of the Stability Development Agenda. Number 2, give the youth platform to voice out in the process and drive towards climate action in all regions. Number 3, visible evidence of climate extremes, the need for actions now with massive youth involvement. Number 4, young people, women, persons with disabilities, indigenous people, and climate refugees should be mainstreams in the implementation of sustainable goals. Number 5, the need to appreciate nature and its essence to human existence, hence all should be environmental conscious. Number 6, leverage on the power of climate change movements to educate more youth on climate and sustainable action. Employ the use of tools like En-ROAD's climate simulator, a tool to informing quality policy decisions. Endeavor to build a future with sustainable energy. Education, technology, and easy access is the way to combat and accelerate climate action. Deliver on climate finance to build on adoption.
Are you done?
Yes.
Perfect. Let's congratulate our Leila. Leila, honestly, you become our ambassador, okay? We have to, let's clap for her, let's clap for her, let's clap. Let's clap for Leila for reading this declaration. And we're gonna say that we are so impressed having you. And please, we shall connect with you and make sure that you join the CYA program and lead it across the US with Susie and all of that. Okay?
Okay.
How old are you, by the way?
I am 14 years old.
My goodness. My goodness. This is incredible. Thank you very much. So Jenna, over to you. You have my email. You have my email. Send me an email, your WhatsApp, then I'll be able to add you. Okay?
Okay.
Perfect. Yes. You have Jenna, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Divine. I would like to thank you very much for organizing this this fruitful and very interactive flagship event. On behalf of the Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture, GACSA, I can say that we're very proud of supporting you on this initiative. It's always a great pleasure working with you, and I'm looking forward to more collaborations in the future, really putting the youth in the front in all of the dialogues that are about agri-food system, climate smart agriculture, and so on, and really ensuring that the youth voices are being heard, the actions are being taken, not only on global level, but on country level and regional levels as well. How it was mentioned many, many times here today by amazing key speakers. I think it's very important to really connect with each other and work on the actions and initiative all together as a community. I think that it would be great to have a follow-up email either from Divine or Dunya for any upcoming actions, or possibly like a webinar number 2, or something more on country level or regional levels. I think that that's the next step, what we will be talking about with Divine. And then we'll of course be sending you all the presentations as well as the key messages and the messages from the breakout room session. So Divine, really on my behalf personally, and on behalf of the Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture, I really thank you very much. It was a pleasure to support this flagship event, and we're really looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jenna Tesdall. We are happy to have you online. We are happy to have you. Mr. Achinko, come and say hi to everybody, because you're my personal assistant. Well, we couldn't get here without your support. So while Mr. Achinko is setting up, I think I have to give some key announcements. The first announcement goes, one of the outcomes of this meeting, we are going to launch our virtual university, and we are inviting all of you guys to be part of this university. That's number 1. Number 2, Linda is going to be the vice chancellor of this university, virtual university, because of her eminent and her competence and support so far in establishing the SIP program. Number 3, we are having a very high level meeting. We are having the AGRF side event in Kigali, and we are inviting all of you guys. I think we shall discuss this with Jana on how we can have it a hybrid so that you guys can participate remotely as well. So my team will be traveling to Kigali perhaps in 2 weeks from now. We are so delighted to be here. And for your information, the UN Executive Office, the Executive Office of Secretary General is aware of this meeting, and they are waiting for the outcomes. So I think, Jana, thank you for all you have done. Thank you for your support. Mr. Achinko, give your closing remark before I shut everything. Yes.
Good day to all, everybody. I just want to say it was a successful event, and I want to thank all the participants and all the youth as well. And that from all that the elders have spoken, and what other youths have spoken, youth activists, we are going to take that into consideration and protect our planet, because the earth is the planet is completely depleted. We are seeing the enormous droughts, we are seeing floods, and we are seeing what is happening, what's happening to the ozone layer now, because there's so much heat everywhere. Look at Europe, everywhere. So please, let us see that we work together to sustain our planet. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Achinko. God love. Junja, are you able to say goodbye to everybody, or you are already at the airport? Are you on the plane?
Divine, there are many people actually who connected within the same name, so it's a little bit confusing who is actually Dunya and who not. So
good. Okay, let's just close it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. We love you all with passion. We love you all with passion, and we shall keep engaging with you guys. We have 222 people raised, 225 people that raised that. All of them will be included in all what we are doing. Jana, thank you indeed. Thank you for everything. Laila, connect with me as soon as possible. Bye-bye.
Bye, thank you.
Yeah, Tracy, how do I get your contacts? Jana, do you have Tracy's contacts?
I put my information right in the chat for my LinkedIn profile.
Bye, thank you.
Where is it? Jana, can you type that? We need to connect with Tracy. I'm just trying to see her information she placed in the chat.
Yes, Divine, I will be kicked out of the Zoom in a minute. So
yeah, no, it's okay. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye.
Hello, everyone.